Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for day 2 of the Danube Institute, the Heritage Foundation Geopolitical Summit, the future of power, finding order in a time of chaos. Like yesterday, we have a full day today. We have 4 panels with the same structure, where each panel has a keynote speaker who may or may not join the panel itself, and then a panel runs for an hour. But we begin today, and we're very honored to have with us to deliver the opening keynote for the second day, Tony Abbott, the former Prime Minister of Australia and Senior Visiting Fellow here at the Danube Institute, who's just flown in directly from Australia, I believe. So thank you very much for that, and welcome.
Well, Callum, thank you. It's wonderful to be here, and if there's one thing that would encourage me to fly 24 hours one way and 24 hours later fly 24 hours back, it's to attend here at the Danube Institute. Now, just prior to my first trip to Washington as Prime Minister, back in 2014, President Obama had declared at West Point that America could not be the world's policeman on its own. Now, believing that the world needed to deter and defeat aggressors, and that America was the only country with the strength and the benevolence for that role, I said that America need never be alone because Australia would be there, and that while Australia might not be America's strongest and most important ally, we would strive to be its most dependable one. In consequence, Australia became the second largest contributor to the successful American-led defeat of Islamic State. At the time, I thought it was another victory for decency over barbarism, but now wonder whether the coalition of the willing assembled for that campaign was America's last gasp as leader of the free world. What distinguished Western civilization from all its rivals and predecessors, and that I was once sure would grant it a permanence and a precedence that all others had lacked, was its capacity to adapt and evolve. It was endlessly curious, never finally satisfied, always on the lookout for something that was clearly better. But that search for something more is now directed against itself, in a collective version of the crippling self-doubt verging on death wish that drives individuals to suicide. With a few exceptions like Israel, whether it's trust in government, the ability to get things done, or even simple self-belief, Western countries, the Anglosphere especially, simply don't seem to work as well as they did, and certainly aren't as dominant as they were. History teaches that civilizations pass and empires fall. As humans, we assume that what's here today will last indefinitely. Yet as students, we know that change is constant and not always for the better. Are we at one of those moments when the great tectonic plates are shifting, as when the mantle of leadership shifts from one country to another, or when the Roman era gave way to the Dark Ages? And what might our duty be to preserve what's best through the coming storm? It was one of Hemingway's characters, when asked how he went bankrupt, replied, "First gradually and then suddenly." It was the late Pope Francis who said that this was not so much an era of change as a change of era. For decades, agitators have demanded an end to American imperialism. Almost certainly their wish is being fulfilled, yet it's highly likely that they'll miss it once it's gone. After all, a world in America's image is more likely to favour minority rights, justice according to law, and a strong social safety net than any alternative system. To be blunt, modernity owes little to the entrepreneurship of Islam, the science of Africa, or the yearning for freedom of China. The modern world has been shaped by the genius of the English-speaking peoples, which the rest of the world has mostly observed, liked, and sought to master. The mother of parliaments, the Industrial Revolution, the emancipation of minorities, almost all the world's major sports, and of course its common language. Thanks to the long Anglo-American ascendancy and the Pax Americana. Until quite recently, the world was more free, more fair, more safe and more rich for more people than at any time in history. There's this key difference between these times and the 1930s that they're often said to resemble. The challenge from dictatorships is scarcely less pressing, whether it's militarist Russia, Islamist Iran or communist China, each in its own way wanting to bend its neighbours and beyond to a more brutal version of how to live. One difference now is the dilatory pace of Western rearmament that's more talk than action. But the key current difference is that the countries that could be expected to stand for national freedom and individual justice, to cherish the best that's been thought and said, to hearken to the still small voice of conscience and duty, now seem plunged into a collective neurosis, economically stagnant, socially fragmented, militarily weak, and above all, morally confused. It looks like a civilisation being sapped from the inside before it's toppled from without. Unlike the 1930s, our challenge is less the external threat than the civil war within. At least in the West, especially the Anglosphere, we have never been more materially rich, yet rarely more spiritually bereft. Never had more information at our fingertips, yet rarely been as ignorant of what really matters. It's this spiritual malaise that's so crippling, a lack of self-belief with the addiction to social media, the decline of the family, the drug epidemic and the empty churches mere symptoms. Globalisation is one factor in the decline of the West. At one level, it's been good for the world because freer trade has made everyone richer and more equal. Indeed, that's actually Donald Trump's complaint, that globalisation means that China has got richer faster than America. In 1990, the GDP per person of China was less than 2% of America's. Now it's 16%. In 1990, the combined GDP of the US and the UK was 7 times that of Russia and China. Strategic balances could hardly fail to change when the economies of the two main Western powers today are just 50% larger than those of their two key rivals. Yet, there was an idealism behind President Clinton's admission of China into the WTO, the hope, vain it turned out, that economic convergence would lead to intellectual convergence too on the West's terms. There are two key obstacles to restoring the West's economic dynamism: the electorate's sense of entitlement and its green preoccupations. It's hard to reduce the size of government if no current spending can be cut, or to increase the size of the economy if wealth-creating industries are being closed down. In Australia, Britain and America, the ratio of retirees to workers has fallen from roughly 1 to 4 in 2000 to 1 to 3 now, and will be close to 1 to 2 by mid-century. The fastest growing part of the Australian budget, other than debt interest, is a gold-plated scheme to help people with disabilities. Even then, my government's 2014 moves to raise the age of pension eligibility to 70, charge a modest co-payment for otherwise free GP visits, and insist that school leavers learn or earn, not go straight onto welfare, were regarded as political crimes. And now, it's Europe that's the future for nearly every Western country, with 10% of the world's population, 30% of its economy, and 58% of its social spending. If demography is destiny, it's little wonder that the West is hosting floods of newcomers from what used to be called the Third World to staff the care economy required by societies that can't reproduce themselves. Climate catastrophism has moralised and turbocharged this economic self-harm. In the 30 years to 2020, Australia's gas production increased 7-fold. But thanks to environmental lawfare, no major gas field has come into production since 2018. The last major coal mine to open in Australia faced 10 years of sustained lawfare that only ended after it became a key election issue. Perhaps half of the UK's North Sea oil and gas will remain undeveloped because of climate fears, as will the large onshore gas reserves that require fracking. Meanwhile, the UK has energy prices roughly 3 times those of the United States. In a democracy, it's not surprising that domestic concerns would flow into foreign policy, but increasingly it's the politics of immigration that's driving the positions of national governments. Australia's China policy and its Middle East policy seem driven less by considerations of national interests and values than by the political calculus of a handful of ethnic seats. For a growing Muslim diaspora in many Western countries, politics seems more driven by events in the Middle East than in their neighbourhood, in turn fueling an illiberal backlash at odds with Western ideals. Immigration is undoubtedly a boon to the societies that welcome newcomers, but only if they are adding to their new country's capability and keen to integrate and then assimilate. But why assimilate into the English-speaking heart of a West that lost faith in itself? Young Americans are taught that slavery is their original sin, even though a bloody war was fought to eliminate it. Young Britons are told that Britain's was a slave empire, even though it was the Royal Navy that eliminated the transatlantic slave trade. And young Australians are taught that modern Australia was founded on the near genocide of the original inhabitants, even though it eventually gave them their human rights. Is it any wonder that the countries that did the most to win 2 world wars are no longer sure they're worth fighting for? Anyone who stands for the West is labelled divisive, bigoted, even racist, and in the case of Charlie Kirk, shot for being some kind of far-right nutjob, even though all he wanted was to conduct arguments with words, not weapons, and to revive Christian faith and American patriotism. The most abhorrent aspect of his assassination was the online pile-on of gloating and victim-blaming in a country that had always prided itself on free speech, yet where some 63% of students reportedly think it's okay to shout down a speaker and 27% to use violence. The sad truth is that most liberal democracies have had it so good for so long that we've forgotten that almost nothing worthwhile comes without effort, that freedom has to be defended, and that often enough the alternative to fight is surrender. Something that Israel has always known, that the Ukrainians have more recently discovered, that the Taiwanese might belatedly be waking up to, that Charlie Kirk was trying to impart to his gullible and misled peers, and that every democracy needs to remember, now that America has decided that it's not the indispensable nation after all. There's no doubt that Donald Trump's America still wants to impact global events, but it's no longer so clear to what end. Much of America's current diplomacy seems directed to securing trade deals with its strategic competitors, to persuading Ukraine that further resistance to Russia is futile, and to dissuading Israel from further action against the apocalyptic Islamists sworn to its destruction. While there is much to support in the President's domestic agenda and a strong case for a tariff-driven economic decoupling from China, the administration's shamelessness in deal-making that benefits the first family risks trashing America's brand. The President's mockery of Canada's former PM as Governor Trudeau, an imposition of tariffs contrary to the North American trade deal that Trump Mark I had renegotiated and called the best deal ever, had no geopolitical consequence other than the re-election of a Green left Canadian government. Not necessarily so the punitive tariffs on India that's put at risk 2 decades of strategic cultivation of the democratic counterweight to China and prejudiced the Quad, especially as China, that's taken far more Russian oil and gas, has faced no such sanction. It was de Tocqueville who's supposed to have said that America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, America will also cease to be great. It was JFK who said that America would pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and success of liberty. Australia never hesitated to join America's wars, even Vietnam, despite the tactical blunders and despite their subpar outcomes, because they were wars of moral purpose. And besides, like the other Five Eyes, America was family. Even if other countries have been free riding on America's strength and goodwill, that doesn't mean it's in America's interest to take no risks on their behalf. I get the MAGA movement's sense of grievance, but not the absence of civilisational purpose. Even if the survival of an independent Ukraine is not itself a core US interest, what could be more vital than preventing global anarchy by making sure that aggression does not pay? The world's liberal democracies have looked for so long to America for leadership that they have forgotten how to provide it themselves. There has to be more self-reliance and less self-delusion at a national and an individual level. Contemplating the strategic peril and internal disarray of these times should bring to mind Churchill's words after the abandonment of Czechoslovakia at Munich. This is but the first foretaste of a bitter cup that will be proffered to us year by year until, by a supreme recovery of our moral health and martial vigour, we take our stand for freedom as in the olden time. Moral health and martial vigour. These days, two largely forgotten concepts. I'm sure that the more we have the former, the less we'll need the latter. I'm sorry to have missed Robert Wilkie's outstanding presentation last night, but I was lucky enough to hear it this morning while I was in the gym. And in tribute to Robert Wilkie, I probably should close with some words of Lincoln. With malice towards none, with charity for all, I'm probably misquoting, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive to finish what we are in.
Thank you very much, Tony. So we're going to begin with our first panel today, what comes after globalization, trade, technology, and the new economic order. And it'll begin with a keynote. Now, I think under normal circumstances, following a prime minister is a hard act to follow. We're very fortunate that our next speaker, our keynote speaker, is a prime minister and a president. He was the prime minister of the Czech Republic from 1993 to 1998 and president from 2003 to 2013. Please can I give the floor to Václav Klaus. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's many thanks for the invitation. It's always refreshing to be here in when I say here, I mean in Budapest and attending the Danube Institute conference. So many thanks for inviting me to speak on this panel. We are now on the second day of the conference. Much has already been said, and it is therefore difficult to specifically address the topic of this panel because similar or even identical ideas have been discussed here the whole day. I was listening carefully to the presentations yesterday, and I remember that someone raised doubts about the political science as a as a political science, as a science. I agree with it. Of course, the economists are methodological imperialists, which means all other social sciences are absolutely irrelevant and anti-scientific. Nevertheless, I was confused by hearing here total mixture of statements, descriptive statements or positive and normative statements. I didn't hear here a sharp difference between these two kinds of statements, and I many times it was we have to do something. I wanted to raise my hand and ask, what do you mean by we? So I think we should pay more attention. I am an old-fashioned Milton Friedmanite who differentiates positive and normative economics very strongly, and I suggest it to the representatives of other social sciences to do the same. Nevertheless, I have accepted the task to give the introductory comments for this panel. I did it even though I disagree with the basic idea of the title, what comes after globalization. I have a problem both with the term globalization and especially with the word after that, both problems. So I have doubts about the term globalization itself and I will try to say why. And I have similar doubts. I am surprised that Tony uses so freely the same wrong term, liberal democracy. We have either democracy or not, but liberal, any adjective added to the term global democracy is something weakening it and practically destroying it. I have to protest against it. I don't want to disrupt the pleasant and friendly atmosphere, especially because I wouldn't like to do anything wrong to Melissa, who is responsible for all the pleasant atmosphere here. But I have to present and defend a different view, something I have held for many years. I am simply afraid the title of this session is misleading and leads us astray. No one would deny that we have moved to a new phase of the world economy, this phase is characterized by a lower level of openness than it was the case in the last decades. But is it appropriate to label the current era as an era after globalization? I don't think so. So let me bring some arguments for that. The question in the panel, in the title of the panel, is based on the very dubious assumption that until now we have been living in an era of globalization, and that this era is now coming to an end. I consider this a wrong way of thinking, a wrong reading of history. To my great regret, this argumentation is more or less accepted and taken for granted in intellectual circles all over the Western world. It's accepted even by serious and thoughtful people. I don't understand it. I suspect this way of thinking comes mainly from the US, from a country which has been continually losing its hegemonial position and which doesn't want to accept the new world arrangements. This ongoing change is, of course, part of the shift from a unipolar to a multipolar world. We are not yet there, of course. I have, if I'm not wrong, never used the term globalization in my writings or speeches. If I have used it, then only by mistake or unintentionally due to a lack of attention of an old man. For me, globalization is not a well-defined concept. I have always considered it just a journalistic term, very fuzzy, very superficial, and especially unhelpful as a basis for a serious debate. I remember I was always referring to the fact that, to my great regret, this term is not used in my textbooks, and not just mine. As I said, there is no doubt that something has happened in the last decades, but I think it would be appropriate to call it more neutrally internationalization of human activities. It would be more helpful and more productive to discuss it in terms of degrees of closeness and or openness. The world's history is a process characterized by varying degrees of openness and closeness depending on political, economic, and social arrangement. The freer a society and economy, the more open it is, and vice versa. I would therefore recommend to return to the old terminology. Instead of being lost in ancient history, let's stay in the era of our own lives. Let's stay in the history sort of experienced by us, by our generations, and let's stay in the by us foreseeable future. I myself spent more than half of my life in a semi-closed communist society and economy, leaving aside that I was born and spent the first 6 years of my life in the German protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. It was not communism. During the Cold War, we looked with envy across the Iron Curtain at the open society flourishing in the Free West. After the 4 decades lasting communist experience, I enjoyed a revolutionary opening up and a relatively short time of life in an authentically free society. This is over now. Is it a deglobalization? I don't think so. This era came for me to an end with our entry into the EU, with our entry into the European Union, and with the gradual transformation of this institution from an economic integration into a political union. This era also came, not just for me, to an end because of the victory of ideological opponents of free markets and free trade, because of the victory of progressivism, wokeism, environmentalism, multiculturalism, human rightism, genderism, etc. I have to mention this because this is more or less the frame of reference from which I look at the world around me. After World War II, the world experienced a radical opening up, which led to increasing internationalization of human activities, not just economic ones. The ongoing growth in international travel of hundreds of millions of people reflected not just falling travel costs, but more importantly, growing wealth of society, not only in the already developed countries. In economic terminology, it was a classic wealth effect. This era was accompanied by a huge increase in international trade, which led to the temporary dominance of the ideology of free trade and free markets. The struggle for or against free trade was the main characteristic of the last 80 years. We could repeat all the well-known arguments about free versus fair trade. But that's quite different from talking about globalization. Why and when did someone, instead of continuing the debate about free trade and free markets, shift the debate to globalization? This is for me a fundamental question. My tentative answer to this question is that it happened in the moment when the discussion moved from the hands of old-fashioned ideologues and philosophers like Mises, Hayek, Friedman, and their supporters in politics to those who wanted to rule, to govern the world, and who have in mind more the global governance than freedom and free markets. This led, in my understanding, to the emergence of the term globalization, but there was something else behind it. It was globalism, an ideology which is in favor of global governments and which is promoted by those who want to govern the world and are engaged in global institutions, global banks, big firms. This is, however, the exact opposite to free markets and free trade. I am convinced we should resist this way of thinking. It is based on the premises of our eternal opponents. It weakens us. You raise the question, what will come next? I am not interested in technology or anything like that, but what will come next depends entirely on our ability to win or lose the contemporary intellectual debate. If we accept the term globalization, we are already halfway to losing it. I am afraid we are, until now, passive and losing to progressivists of all kinds. I'm sure we need more Danube institutes and more gatherings like this one. So that's my rather controversial remarks here this morning, but I think that the conference was until now still relatively too smooth and without opponents and without raising serious questions. Something I am as an old-fashioned economist, I was forced to say here this morning, but I warned Melissa that it will not be a very polite discussion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we'll now be joined by the other panelists, joining Mr. Klaus for this panel on, again, what comes after globalization, trade, technology, and the new economic order. And so we have first Urs Unkauf, the Federal Managing Director of the German Federal Association of the Economic Development and Foreign Trade. We have Javlon Vakabov, Director of the International Institute for Central Asia and Deputy Advisor to the President of Uzbekistan on foreign trade, or foreign policy, I should say, sorry. And we have Darren Spink, Managing Director of the Janus Forum. And they will be moderated by George Bogdan, rejoining Danube from across the Atlantic, a senior fellow at the Yorktown Institute. Thanks, guys.
Everyone can hear me? Well, thank you so much, Cal. And of course, Mr. President, wonderful remarks. Really appreciated those. I think anybody who knows me knows I'm always spoiling for a fight, so excited to hear what the other panelists have to say. I'll just mention kind of as a brief opening that globalization, whether it was an illusion or not, I think is no longer being debated in the abstract. Just this month, governments have doubled down on tariffs. They're supply chain reshoring, and they're putting new export controls, underscoring how an old-fashioned consensus might be still unraveling. And so I want to raise in this panel a series of, I think, difficult questions, but ones that, as the President mentioned, we have to address in today's climate. With that, I just want to put to the audience, first put to the panelists, if the economic principles of the previous decades are receding, what's emerging in its place? I'd love to hear from you all one by one about what you think the new kind of principles are and so on.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the Danube Institute and the Heritage Foundation for this opportunity to speak. It's truly a pleasure and a great honor to speak on a panel with President Klaus. The tagline for the Janus Forum is economic connectivity in a post-globalization world. So I think based on that, with all due respect, President Klaus, we may disagree slightly that we are, in fact, not only living in a world that once embraced globalization, but now is pivoting away from it. I think the surest sign that we are living now in a post-globalization world is a speech that was given earlier this month at the National Conservative Conference in Washington, D.C. America is the largest importing nation in the world, and the U.S. trade representative at this conference said two lines that I find particularly fascinating. The first one, in the beginning of his speech, he stated that the U.S. Trade Representative is Jameson Greer, I'm sorry. He stated that neoliberalism did not make the world embrace free market economics, just like neoconservatism did not bring democracy to Iraq or Afghanistan. And the second point that he made was even more poignant, in my opinion, and a true reflection that we are pivoting away from globalization to a new paradigm in trade. He stated that trade is neither good nor bad. It is just a means to an end and not an end to itself. So when I say we're living in a post-globalization world, it doesn't mean that trade does not exist. It doesn't mean that we are completely shutting off trade from the United States to China. There's not mass decoupling in the future, in my opinion. What we are looking at, in my opinion, is bifurcated strategic sectors in specific strategic industries, bifurcated technology sectors. As George pointed out, we're looking at more protectionism, securitization of supply chains. This is all due to a realization in the United States and elsewhere throughout the world that we no longer live in a unipolar world, that we are shifting to multipolarity, that we need to make adjustments as the largest importing nation in the world. And that means a shift from free trade to secure trade and a greater embrace of industrial policy. And this was due in large part to the past 2 decades of a world of globalization where the United States welcomed China into the World Trade Organization. As a former Deputy Secretary of State stated, we believed that China was going to be a responsible stakeholder. But instead, as we opened up our market to trade with China, China was prepared to weaponize trade against the United States and other trading partners. This led to weaponization of supply chains. We faced that during COVID. And as the realization in the United States grew that we were susceptible to trade shortages because we no longer manufactured at home, and that the world was becoming a more dangerous place with the threat of war disrupting supply chains in maritime trade as well as land routes, there was an understanding that there was a need to reshore these key strategic sectors and build what I would call, and maybe I'll be able to discuss this a little bit further, the concept of a fortress North America, which includes the United States and its key trading partners in North America, the United Kingdom, and elsewhere throughout the world.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Danube Institute and the Heritage Foundation for having me here. It's a great conference, and I fully agree with President Klaus that we need more conferences like this, especially in Germany, where I'm contemporarily missing the intellectual level of the debate that we experience here. So, with regard to the topic of our panel, I would like to address some major trends that, from the perspective of our work as a leading think tank for economic diplomacy, focus on emerging markets, developing markets, and the global south since more than 22 years, are currently undergoing the conditions under which global trade takes place. So I think, first of all, we have to assess the fact that we are currently observing a pluralism of opportunities instead of a unilateralism or a dominance of a so-called liberal world order. And also, we are not living anymore in a world that is marked by clear blocks. So this leads to a strategic ambiguity, which leads to a new sort of openness that is perceived as enlarged space for economic action, not only for the established industrial countries, but mainly for the developing and emerging markets. And this is also something that I've described in one of my publications as the rising regionalism. So we have more and more regions that emerge as such and that cooperate with each other. Let me give some examples. The ASEAN states, GCC countries, Central Asia, the South Caucasus, now even more after the successful peace summit took place at the White House. And also, I have to mention this in Hungary, the Organization of Turkic States. All these are actors with a certain self-confidence that wouldn't have been imaginable decades ago, but they are shaping now economic policies, and they're doing this in their own interests, both as a nation states and as a region. And this is exactly what we're currently lacking in the countries of EU. I may make an exception for Hungary here, but this is a trend that we have currently not accepted as a condition for shaping economic reality. Let me also say something about economic diplomacy as a term which is broadly used but not often defined. So economic diplomacy means that there is a space of interaction where political action or where political interaction cannot go further, and corporate or non-governmental stakeholders from the economic sphere take over in this vacuum. So economic diplomacy in the context of our panel topic means that there is a pragmatic and transactional engagement that is not based on ideological pre-assumptions or that is not necessarily tied to just one end. And this is what we are also seeing. I also would refuse the term globalization as such. Economic global interaction is rather more precise. And we are not coming to, if we use it once again, the end of globalization, but maybe the end of globalism. So it is important to distinguish here. And economic global interaction continues. The paradigms of decoupling, nearshoring, friendshoring, whatsoever, are not major trends that we can observe, neither for Europe nor especially for other parts of the world. We have a rising global south the term is also to be discussed, but everybody knows which part of the world are meant with that. And there is the future of economic interactions. If you look at the trade flows that go through corridors from the west to the east and from the north to the south, there are the increasing lines of our time, and this is what we should more focus on, again, in our own interests as regions and as nations.
It's a great honor and privilege to share this floor along with so many dignitaries attending the Daniel Institute-led forum, particularly you, Mr. President. As you might be aware, I believe I'm among those few attendees of this forum representing the region of Central Asia. So in my current capacity as a managing director of the International Institute for Central Asia, I would like just to narrow down so my answer to the question you raised, sharing and drawing your attention to that part of the world where we came from. So in these terms, I just wanted to recall what the Hungarian defense minister noted yesterday in his remarks. So the current era of geopolitics is one of independence. So an era that is not fully globalized, but distinctly multipolar. So in this context, Central Asia stands at the crossroads of transformation, seeking to assert its own, I would say, strategic autonomy, which is based purely on pragmatism and balance, and amid intensifying competition among so great powers, so the global quest for rare earth and strategic materials and the profound effect of technological and geopolitical change. So in these terms, I would say that over the past years, since we've been experiencing this so-called fall of the Berlin Wall in Central Asia, and this has been happening over the past almost 8 years, we've been able to transform significantly the region of Central Asia. The countries in that part of the world are no longer disputing with each other over border-related issues, over water resources management problems, over transport and communications. We preferred to address these common challenges appropriately in a very amicable way. So in these terms, so nowadays, at this moment, I would say Central Asia is positioning itself as a global example of preventive diplomacy. And moreover, our countries were also able to handle their relationships with so many major powers, sandwiching the region of Central Asia, which might be another example of how we continue to balance our relations with China, Russia, the European Union, the United States, and even regional powers. So with respect to demand for critical raw materials, I believe the topic so everyone is currently discussing is intensifying at unprecedented speed. So driven by the imperatives of digitalization and the green transition, so Central Asia is no longer viewed merely as a transit space. So it's increasingly seen as a source of the very building blocks of the 21st century's economy. So, and with more than 380 identified deposits of rare earth and strategic minerals, so our region is currently positioning itself not just as a supplier of raw materials to the global market, but as a producer of high purity, value-added inputs. Another point which I would like to draw your attention is actually related to what has already been touched by other speakers yesterday, and this is about Middle Corridor, and this is about how we are envisioning the Central Asia which we want to see unlocked with a wide range of diversified roads, so bringing us to the global market, to the European Union. So in these terms, I would say the middle corridor is one of those few options we should seize. This opportunity, given the fact that even transport time to bring goods from China to Europe is reducing from 2 months to 10, 15 days. It's a significant leap to unlock not only the region of Central Asia, but also to connect China and Europe, as the region of Central Asia used to be an integral part of the Great Silk Road. So in this regard, I would say that once this long-awaited infrastructure project implemented for Europe, so the corridor offers resilience and diversification. For China, it extends its own One Belt, One Road initiative along a sanctions-free path, right? For Turkey, so it cements its role as a gateway to Europe. For Central Asia, it turns landlocked geography into a strategic advantage. But with respect to how we've been building up our relationship with other major powers surrounding the region of Central Asia, I would share just one example of what we've been doing over the past years with the so-called C5+1 platforms. Once launched by Japan and South Korea in early 2000s, nowadays Central Asia has been enjoying being a part of this multilateral platform with Russia, China, the European Union, the United States, Germany as a separate member state of the European Union, Italy, and even Gulf Cooperation Council member states. So in these terms, Central Asia is currently engaging with economies where more than 75% of world GDP generated. And almost 4 billion people living. So this is a huge opportunity for the region. A huge opportunity, I believe, for those major powers engaging with us within this C5+1. So in these terms, I would say our foreign relations are equally defined by balance and pragmatism. So Russia remains a key economic and security partner through the CIS, CSTO, Euro-Asian Economic Union. With deep migration and energy linkages, China has become the leading trade partner with trade approaching $95 billion with all the countries in Central Asia, driven by infrastructure, connectivity, projects under the Belt and Road Initiative. So in these terms, I would say that Central Asia, despite so many thoughts and ideas which I've heard yesterday, is quite capable of handling its relationships with other major powers, urging them not to compete in Central Asia, rather to engage with each other. Thank you.
I already had a chance to talk, so it's useless to give me back the microphone, I think. No, I think it was interesting to hear the voice of Central Asia. This is a new emerging part of the world which should be listened to. I had a chance to make state visits there, and I was already impressed. But to the main issue, I must say that you know that when I read the title of this session, Trade, Technology, and the New Economic Order, you know, for me, trade and technology is a consequence of something, not the main mover of the world. I know that we live in a technological radical transformation. Nevertheless, I am returning the debate to the old issues. I am sorry, you shouldn't invite me to speak here. That's the only way how to avoid that. Nevertheless, I always would start with the quality of the economic, political, and social system, and to discuss technology and the other thing as a consequence of that. I will never forget, our experience. Czechoslovakia in the 1960s started the most fundamental economic reform in the communist world, which is partly known, partly forgotten. It was so fundamental, and it slowly moved to the political arena that Leonid Brezhnev decided finito and sent 500,000 army to occupy Czechoslovakia in August 1968. Some of you were already alive, so you may know it, No, they were not. That's a tragedy. So that's the end of the world, And the point is, we were frustrated for many reasons, but one not just nationally and as regards the occupied country, but we were convinced that the economic radical reform is absolutely inevitable, necessary. And then came the new ideology of Soviet Union and of Leonid Brezhnev, who was alive at the time already knows. The slogan was no fundamental systemic changes, but scientific and technological revolution. Instead of changing the system, let's accelerate science and technology. And I remember we were absolutely angry and upset because we knew that the science and technology is a function of the existing economic and political and social conditions. So the slogan of the 1970s in our part of the world was scientific and technological revolution. So whenever I hear talks about technology, I remember Comrade Leonid Brezhnev telling us that we must give more money to science and technology, and it will solve all the problems, and communism will overcome capitalism, and so on and so on. So I am always, therefore, restrained in my radical talks about technology and trade. For us, the trade was absolutely fundamental. Opening to the trade liberalization was absolutely fundamental. So to forget this argumentation and to move to empty debates about globalization is, in my understanding, a wrong approach. But there are younger experts on this topic who know better.
You never disappoint, Mr. President. Thank you so much for that. I was reminded by your comments, though, by Comrade Thomas Friedman, who, when I was growing up, had the famous slogan, "The world is flat." And I wonder now whether his claims might be as implausible as his title, in the sense that, this sense globalization was going to change the internal societies of the world to be more liberal. Maybe they might become undemocratically liberal. I wonder if that's something that might be a question we should all be considering.
You want to say that the globalization may make the world flat? That's a new revolutionary idea.
It wasn't my idea, sir. It was Mr. Friedman's metaphor, but I've always found it very troubling. Nonetheless, I think it's hard not to hear, and I think everybody's conversation today, a little bit of discussion about blocks and the kind of reemergence of trading blocs. And I guess, I would ask, is this a reversion? Is this a change? Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it going to help countries bring into alignment their national security needs and their trade aspirations? How do you feel about that?
Thanks, George. When I talked about the bifurcated trade and technology sectors, there are clearly two blocks that are emerging. One, a U.S.-led bloc, as I mentioned, Fortress North America. And I think what the White House is moving towards is a vision where the United States, Canada, hopefully Canada, Mexico, the United Kingdom, and hopefully European Union align in strategic sectors. And when I mention strategic sectors, currently the Department of Commerce, led by Secretary Lutnick, is implementing investigations into about 10 or so industries: copper, timber, lumber, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, trucks, truck parts, critical minerals, aircrafts, polysilicon, wind turbines, and I believe they completed one on shipbuilding. So it appears that the strategy is moving towards this Fortress North America, where the U.S. and its key partners maintain secure supply chains in these strategic sectors and are no longer reliant upon China. And at the same time, China develops a similar bloc with its closest trading partners. It's easier said than done. I acknowledge that, but I think that's a good segue into some of the comments that Javelin made regarding Central Asia. And I believe that Central Asia, South Caucasus, and Central and Eastern Europe are going to be components of what some call middle powers, some call pivot states, some call keystone states. I've used the term supply chain anchors, where essentially the U.S.-led bloc, Fortress North America, and the Chinese-led bloc work cooperatively with these pivot state regions, where there's not any undue pressure on countries such as Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Hungary, Azerbaijan, Georgia. And there's an encouragement for these countries to pursue not only a multi-vector foreign policy, but a multi-vector commercial policy as well, in order to ensure that there are no longer disruptions to key supply chains. Javelin mentioned rare earths, and I took down some notes here. Right now, the world is 100% reliant upon China for heavy rare earths, which are the key components for defense manufacturing. China controls 70% of upstream mining of rare earths, 90% of midstream processing, and close to 100% of downstream manufacturing. Clearly, there needs to be diversification of that. There needs to be new sources of supply of rare earths from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan for mining. That will require, of course, the development of the middle corridor, because how do you get the unprocessed rare earths from point A to point B? You need a secure transit corridor. So there needs to be U.S. and Western investment into railway systems. There needs to be harmonization of customs between the different countries within Central Asia and the South Caucasus. There needs to be secure ports, the port of Aktau, for example, in Kazakhstan, the port of Baku, in order to get the unprocessed rare earths into Europe for processing and manufacturing. So the long story short is, even though there are clear, separate, bifurcated blocks that are emerging, there is still opportunity for the United States and China to work cooperatively on trade for low-value goods, and then work cooperatively with these pivot states or supply chain anchors for key strategic goods, so global supply chains don't shut down throughout the world.
Thank you very much. I'd not like to change the topic of our panel towards Central Asia, but as this is a region that I know quite well, allow me one comment on this. Central Asia is now a region that has emerged by itself in the recent 30 years. If you look back on the book, The Grand Chessboard, written by Brzezinski, he already wrote about that. You can read the book, which was published 30 years ago, and you can read it nowadays and think, wow, that's a nearly contemporary analysis. So Central Asia, and you know that much better, you are from the region, has emerged as one of the key regions in Eurasia, on the Eurasian landmass, given the fact that everybody, the Chinese, the Russians, the GCC, the US, and even the EU, following the thought, if you're not on the table, you're on the menu, hosted some C5+1 formats. So Central Asia has emerged by itself because there is a clear concept, there is a clear vision for the respective states, but also understanding as an economic region and as a political weight in the geopolitical landscape. Given the global challenges for trade or for trade policy, I think it is important to mention the paradigm of ESG, ecological social governance, which is sometimes blocking the potential we have. Instead of asking how to regulate what in Europe especially, we should ask ourselves the question, do we need to regulate things? All the supply chain acts and massive hurdles that, and we in Germany experience that, are blocking potential investments, not only from us abroad, but also incoming, because foreign investors are more and more afraid of what is happening under this legislation implemented by the European bureaucracy. And this is something we really need to focus on that. And this is an aspect I would like to highlight here. All the advocates of ESG, they are contradicting what they are proclaiming themselves. If you block a German investment in some country in Southern Asia or Africa, the German companies go there, other Western companies as well, bring higher standards in terms of labor security, in terms of social security, in terms of also environmental standards. And if they're afraid to take this investment because of this kind of over-regulation we have right now, nobody is helped with that. So we have not only global and external challenges, we have also domestic challenges and need to do our homework, and the answer here can only be to push for deregulation and for liberalization. On a global scale, it is important to mention that we have the Global South as a more and more self-confident architect of new economic corridors. The middle corridor was already mentioned. We're going to have another panel later, which I'm sure will explicitly talk about this. And last but not least, I would like to stress what was mentioned already too, overdependence. Overdependence was never a good idea, or it was never smart to put all the apples in one basket. If this basket falls down, you have nothing to eat anymore. But as we have a current mode, afflection of resilience, a word which you need to use in every debate in Germany to be taken serious. Resilience is more a rhetorics instead of a clear strategic concept, and therefore we need to work. It is fact that we live in a multipolar or polycentric world. We have to face the realities and take the realities as the base for economic action and not wishful thinking concepts. Thank you.
With respect to what I've already heard from other speakers, I just wanted to mention the following. Again, despite so many global shifts we've been experiencing over the past month, maybe years, one might like or dislike or even argue with me, but what we, I mean, in particular Uzbekistan, is currently doing with respect to how we are envisioning our future is about mostly diversification. Diversification, which makes the foundation of the country's so foreign policy, which means a wide range of partners whom we might deal with when it comes to trade, when it comes to commerce, when it comes to investments. So in this regard, so as you might be aware, so my country is one of those few nations in the region which is still seeking for its membership within the World Trade Organization. Organization where almost 97% of the world trade so is generated, right? So in these terms, for us, it's a huge opportunity to unlock ourselves, to reach out those markets, mostly represented by WTO. So and hopefully, as a government, so was tasked by the president, who would like to accomplish this overall negotiation process by 2026. And the reason I mentioned diversification, this is how we would like to engage with our partners with a wide range of options. Given the fact that nowadays, of course, we do have Russia as a number 2 trade partner, China as a number 1 trade partner, the European Union countries, or even our immediate neighbors. It's good for us, but in the meantime, it would be much better if we begin to engage with the rest part of the world. But the main challenge, as I have already said, is about how we could deliver all those goods produced in the region, in Uzbekistan in particular. Yes, middle corridor is one of those few options we might have at this moment, but frankly speaking, it's quite costly for us. And the reason why, the Uzbekistan government is currently investing in the Georgia-based port seaports, leasing the local terminals where the goods coming to Uzbekistan going from the region might be capped or even processed, etc. So the reason why we've launched this foundation between Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan, just to make sure that these kind of challenges might be addressed appropriately, and of course definitely will affect the final price of our goods delivered abroad. This is, by the way, the main question. So the Uzbekistan businesses are addressing to the government, just to make sure that these costs definitely should be reduced. But in the meantime, it's good for us, at least for the region, to see how the European Union member states are going to engage with the region, in particular with this 12 billion euros worth global gateway project, or this long overdue, the construction of the railroad connecting China, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, bringing us to South Caucasus and further to the European Union markets. This is the exact way how so many major powers could work together, and all these projects are very much connected to each other. Another point when it comes to again the competition in the region, as I said, this competition should be healthy. This is our firm belief. Just one example I would like to share with you. You know well, over the past 5-6 years, so the Gulf Cooperation Council member states have been tiptoeing the Central Asian market, doing a lot of businesses with a primary focus on building solar wind farms in the region, particularly in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. Just recently realized that the overall investments brought from the Gulf Cooperation Council member states are currently challenging the Chinese presence in the region. It's good. It's good for us. It's good for those countries. And moreover, I would say, so while building up these solar or wind farms, the Gulf Cooperation Council member states are still purchasing these solar panels in China. So it's actually a win-win deal, and everyone is benefiting from these kind of engagements. The Gulf Cooperation Council is mostly represented by Saudi Arabia and UAE in the region. Central Asian countries and China-based business communities selling out their technologies to Arabs, and Arabs who are installing them in the region while building these solar and wind plants in Uzbekistan.
Again, I envy someone from a superpower as the United States or someone from an emerging, at least regional continental power, maybe someone from the biggest, largest European country, for someone from a small European country. In the European Union, it's difficult to discuss the issue of this forum. Really, European Union is, on the one hand, blocking the development of individual countries. On the other, it doesn't have a real mandate to decide on behalf of them, which means there is no clear position I can have. It's fascinating what is discussed in Europe, in the European Union. Of course, Ukraine, but then Green Deal. If I am not wrong, the term Green Deal has not yet been mentioned in the last 2 days here at the conference, which is for us an absolutely fundamental issue which practically kills European economy and especially kills all the industrialized countries in the EU. Czech Republic, to my great regret, has the highest share of people employed in industry in the whole Europe. So for us, the Green Deal, which is accepted violently, smoothly, without a big resistance, is a fundamental issue as compared to Green Deal. Really, the tariffs introduced by Trump, even though intensively discussed in the media, the tariffs are absolutely irrelevant, of minor importance. It is no meaning even to discuss tariffs. Of course, the politicians should behave as if they are offended by that and they want to show how brave they are that they succeed in resisting Trump. But as compared to not just Green Deal, plus all the other regulations, bureaucratization, centralization in Europe, tariffs are practically irrelevant issue which is not worth discussing. So I envy all those countries who can discuss with some strengths. I am sorry, I can't.
Well, it sounds like we have yet another slogan. You'll pretend to tariff us and we'll pretend to do a Green New Deal, which I think I like the most so far. But I just want to, in our waning moments of the panel, kind of get your reactions to what I think is one of the elephants in the room, which is the wide-sweeping kind of domestic political revolts against kind of old economic thinking. And I don't want to call it a revolt against globalization because, as the president has pointed out, that's a very fuzzy concept. But it strikes me that there are pitchforks being raised in Western democracies across the world. And I like to remind my colleagues on the left in the United States that President Trump ran on trade policy. This should not be conceived of as some political accident. That in fact, for a great deal of time, there's been skepticism welling among the public. And I'm often reminded of the refrain from a democratically appointed ambassador to Germany, Ambassador Emerson. Right before TTIP, he said that American elites were reciting the mantra too smugly, trade is good, trust us. And so I just ask, what do you think is the sort of background to this, widespread revolt, we might say?
Sure. Just maybe I wanted to say a few words. I think I agree completely with President Klaus that tariffs are what's being positioned by the administration as this reshaping of global trade. And I agree with your point that they are, in fact, should be viewed as irrelevant. And I think you could even apply that to what Trade Representative Greer said at the National Conservative Conference and just substitute tariffs trade is not a means to an end and say tariffs are not a means to an end. I think, looking ahead, there are greater points that are going to have to be discussed in order to deal with some of the public's concerns at large. One is obviously large debt. And there had been discussions at the onset of the administration during the transition that the chairman of the economic advisors, White House economic advisor, Stephen Myron, was going to suggest what was termed a Mar-a-Lago Accord, where he would bring in the largest debt-holding nations, such as China, Japan, and the United Kingdom, and start renegotiating some of the debt, shifting from short-term debt to longer-term century bonds, or even longer than century, just in order to try to drive down the debt yields. That has not moved forward. I also think that if I was advising some of our America's trading partners around the world, that there does appear to be a rapprochement being reached between Washington and Beijing at a very low level right now. I don't think we're going to see the large-scale decoupling that President Trump's team had discussed at one point. I think some of the signs that are pointing to this are the non-pushback from the White House on the UK for the Chagos Islands deal, President Trump not allowing the Taiwanese president to transit in the United States during a recent trip, Secretary Lutnick encouraging the White House to allow 600,000 Chinese student visas, ongoing trade talks between the two countries, a deal that's being reached apparently on TikTok. And I think the clearest sign is the tension that's being built right now between the United States and India. At one point, India was being looked upon as a potential replacement for China for lower valued manufactured goods. And I believe that part of this rapprochement is perhaps some pressure from Beijing on the White House to pivot away from India and continue the import of lower valued Chinese manufactured goods into the United States. I also think the U.S. is not necessarily dealing with the issue of transshipping as adequately as possible right now. The transshipping is the re-export of goods that face tariffs from one country into another country that has lower tariff rates into the United States. And I also do not believe that we have seen the end to purchasing commitments. That's something that President Trump had discussed recently on a Truth Social post about the need for China to purchase more soybeans. That's always a big concern, looking out for U.S. agriculture and U.S. energy. So I think those are four of the biggest signs ahead that are, issues that need to be discussed in order to calm some of the concerns that the American public has about trade policy at the moment.
Just one remark on the Green Deal. If there is nothing else to talk about, we talk about the weather. Fortunately, this is not the case at this conference. About the tariffs, I agree with what has been said by President Klaus and by Darren. And let me, in my final statement, get back to the title of the panel, which is New Economic Order. If we pre-assume the classical liberal approach, there is no need to predefine an economic order because economic order arises spontaneously from a functioning market. So this is what we need again. We need functioning markets, and then we have a functioning economic order. And let me also underline that we need to get back to this paradigm in Europe to make not Europe but European nations great again, and great achievements result from a self-perception of greatness. And we need to get back to this and not devote ourselves to a minor position than we can take in this changing world. And then we can achieve great things also with others together.
Before I turn to your question, just wanted to reflect on what Mr. President has mentioned regarding the green energy. By the way, just a year ago, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Azerbaijan signed an agreement on the transfer of green energy through the Caspian Sea. toward the European Union countries. This is happening for the first time in the history of these independent sovereign nations. And by the way, this was unthinkable prior to 2016 when the region itself was locked. And foreign businesses were not so much welcomed to the country. And this actually goes in line with the Brussels priorities for the European Union's energy policy in the years to come. So in these terms, I would say that the abundance of energy generated in the region so definitely could be shared with the rest part of the world, in particular with the European Union member states. So regarding the tariffs and everything you've mentioned, by the way, with this new administration in Washington, D.C., we've got our own 10% as well, along with other countries. But in the meantime, I would say we shouldn't invent a new wheel. There is an order, there is a global order based on the United Nations, its charter, on the World Trade Organization, and its own rules, on norms and principles enshrined in the Helsinki Final Act, by the way, which celebrates its 50th anniversary this year. So in these terms, in particular, the Uzbekistan foreign policy is fully resting on these principles. Yes, this issue might be quite arguable given the fact that so many ideas and thoughts have been shared over the past 2 days here in Budapest. But in the meantime, it's much easier to move on all these matters with the rules which have already been established, rather than creating something new which might be adaptable to our demands or even fail to address those challenges we're currently facing. Thank you.
It's interesting that the only applauded person from among us is our German colleague. Have you realized this? But he presents here just the opposite views than the German government is following. So that's quite interesting. But I agree fully with your negative attitude to the idea of the new world order. This is really a tragic mistake. And when we talk about the new world order, it reminds me of Aldous Huxley's and his Brave New World. I am afraid that what is on the minds of many of those who propose the new world order are thinking in Huxley lines to create a brave new world, which we definitely don't need. So we have to continue our standard debates, standard terminology, and so on. But I don't want to spoil this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's been such a pleasure. If we could have a round of applause for our panelists and our keynote speaker. Thank you.
We are going to continue our conference with the sixth panel, whose title is Who Will Power the Post-Liberal World? Energy, Security, and Strategic Leverage. The panel is going to be kicked off by a keynote address by Lord David Frost. Lord Frost?
Well, thank you, everybody. I suspect people may yet drift in from the other room, and while perhaps that happens, I just wanted to say what an honour it was to listen this morning, not just to Tony Abbott, ex-Prime Minister of Australia, but also to President Klaus. I'm not sure whether he's in the room now or whether he's staying, but I did just want to say that his thoughts and his writing, the concepts of Europeanism that he developed in the years after 2000 had a huge influence on me, and I know others in the Eurosceptic movement in the United Kingdom, and it fell to me, to some extent, to philosophise to the UK about why Brexit was a good thing and why it was important. And President Klaus's thinking and writing was extremely important in developing and projecting my own ideas. So it was a privilege to listen to him today, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. And even if his ideas have struggled in the Czech Republic, they are still alive and well in at least part of the politics of the United Kingdom. Now, to turn to my subject, President Klaus actually alluded to it or foresaw it. He wrote a book which I think from memory is called Blue Planet in Green Chains. And that's actually quite a good summary of what I'm going to say in this opening keynote. Energy really is the sinews of national power, and it's the ability to turn raw material into the production of goods people want or need that is at the core of economic growth. And the price of energy is reflected in almost anything that happens in a national economy. So cheap and crucially reliable energy is vital to a successful modern economy that wants to deliver for its people and project influence in the world. And of course, that's a necessary condition. It isn't a sufficient one. It's still possible for energy superpowers to run their economy badly and fail to deliver. You only have to look at Venezuela to see that. But nevertheless, cheap and reliable energy is a huge advantage, and especially if it's abundant and can be exported. Now, the problem we've got is that many observers of what's going on in the world, and especially in the West, and particularly in Europe, seem unable to face this reality. And as a result, they're misleading themselves about what's going on in the world and how it affects their countries. So today, just briefly, I want to dispel some of those myths and try to be clear about the consequences that come with believing them. And in doing so, I want to make 5 points. First point, contrary to popular belief, there's no such thing as the energy transition. It's not happening. Second point, it's not happening because renewables are not capable of supporting the needs of advanced economies. Third point, countries that rely on them, therefore, and that's mainly in Europe, though not exclusively, face deindustrialization, economic decline, political weakness, ineffectiveness on the world stage. Fourth point, the issue for Europe is whether it can face the truth, realise what's going on quickly enough, and adjust. And final point, if it doesn't happen, Europe and countries that think like it are going to become gradually irrelevant in modern global politics and geopolitics. So let me expand a bit on those in a bit more detail. First, I think a bit contrary to popular belief, there's no such thing as the energy transition. It's not happening. We're told by advocates of renewables and by those who think we should be prioritising fear of the climate rather than economic growth that this energy transition is taking place, that renewables are replacing fossil fuels, that hydrocarbons are in decline. And to put it clearly, this is complete nonsense. And to see it's the case, you only need to look at the Energy Institute's statistical review of world energy in its latest 2025 edition. And what does that show? It shows that the share of global primary energy use powered by fossil fuels is virtually the same now as it was in 2000. Of course, the total is much, much larger. In 2000, 88% of primary energy came from hydrocarbons. The current figure is 87%. That 1% is the so-called energy transition. In fact, just as an aside, coal use has actually gone up over that period, 26% to 28%. Wind and solar energy, which is what I mean by renewables, by the way, wind and solar energy have grown from very little in 2000 to a massive 3% today globally. It's not even true that they're growing fast from a low base. Hydrocarbons are growing well over twice as fast as renewable energy. Third, the nuclear renaissance is there, yes, and it's extremely important, but it is slow, it's relatively expensive, there are too many nuclear designs and so on. It relies on a build capacity that doesn't yet exist, and therefore, as a consequence, energy growth and economic growth across the world is being powered primarily by gas. And over the last 15 years, gas use has grown faster than any other form of energy, powered by the fracking revolution, powered by investment in LNG processing. And that's because gas is the superior fuel if you can't afford nuclear. It's energy efficient, much lower carbon than coal. So that's my first point. Second point, the energy transition is not happening because renewables are not capable of supporting the needs of advanced economies. They're a blind alley. And the problem with renewables is that they are energy inefficient and they are intermittent. Inefficient because they require vast amounts of space and infrastructure to capture the same energy and then deliver the same power that hydrocarbons and nuclear can deliver in a much more resource-efficient way. They also impose knock-on costs on any electricity grid, balancing costs, extra unreliability, as Spain discovered earlier this year. And the more renewables you have, the worse all of these problems get. The other problem is they're intermittent. Obviously, it's a problem with wind. The technology for effective backup when the wind doesn't blow doesn't exist, or rather it exists only in the form of existing gas and coal power stations, which can be turned on at need. And there's no sign of anything different on the horizon. Battery technology is in its infancy. It's extremely, extremely expensive. It's not at all clear whether it will ever develop to the point that is necessary. And if you've got to pay for backup in the form of gas and coal or whatever, why not just have the gas and coal? Why bother with the renewables? Why impose that cost on yourself? Thank you. And this inefficiency and this cost, this is why renewables have not and cannot solve the world's need for power. They simply cannot support productive economies because they cannot generate the energy that is needed. It is true, again, as an aside, it's true that renewables are supporting at least one economy to a significant degree, and it is China. Not by producing energy for China. Their contribution is tiny, and the Chinese are sensible enough to keep relying on coal, oil, and gas. But what they are doing, of course, is giving China an export good. Wind and solar PVs, EVs, all that for sending to gullible Westerners, all built in factories powered by gas and coal. That is the other bit of the so-called renewables transition. So to my third point. Countries that rely on renewables and countries that have, I'll come on to this, that have a sort of broader, what I call sustainability mindset. And again, this is primarily Europe, they're not only Europe. They face deindustrialization and economic decline. I think there is now a real danger to the West, and especially Europe. And by the way, when I say Europe, I mean the continent, not just the EU. It's a broader European issue. There's a danger to the West and Europe, because too many of our politicians are just simply refusing to look at these realities, and they're telling themselves they can have advanced modern economies that depend on fragile and ineffective power systems. And to justify this belief, which is an ideological one, they will not look seriously at renewables costs, and they pretend that economizing on energy use is a good thing rather than what it really is, a problem. They're caught by this so-called sustainability mindset, as I call it, that they see part of their political mission as being to reduce the burden of their countries and their peoples on the planet. Now, the only way you can do that is to accept that economic growth will become a thing of the past. You use less power because you're making it deliberately expensive. And as you use less power, so you produce less and your economies will decline. As Robert Bryce, the great commentator on this, has written, and I quote, Economic growth drives electricity demand, and electricity demand drives economic growth. And the reverse is true. Reduce energy supply and you reduce economic growth. And we can see this happening. It's not just a theory. In Britain, we use nearly 30% less energy and 25% less electricity overall than we did in 2000, even though the population has gone up by nearly 20% over that period. Similarly, in the EU, energy use has fallen by 17% over the same period. In contrast, the Americans use the same amount of energy as in 2000 and 15% more electricity. And that, I suggest, is a big part of the reason why they still have economic growth and we in Europe do not. We know the consequences. They're much commented on and we can see them all around us. And for Britain, they're best captured by a recent comment from the expert energy commentator Dieter Helm, who, by the way, is no climate skeptic. And again, I quote, he's talking about the British economy, but it's true of many others. I quote, "Gone is the fertilizer industry, almost gone are petrochemicals and steel, aluminium is long gone, and the car industry is back to its output of the 1950s, end quote. Exactly the same is happening across Europe. The sinews and muscles of national power are degrading. Now, we heard a lot yesterday and a bit this morning about Europe's inability to get serious on defence spending, and I suggest this is in part, at least, due to the destruction of the industrial base which makes such spending possible. And it certainly, in part, stems from the same mindset, the mindset that is about refusing to look at uncomfortable realities and to react accordingly to them. So to my fourth point, can Europe face the truth? Can it change course? Now, there are signs of it. I think across Europe, people are beginning to ask themselves whether the story they've been told is true, as they see their economies declining and their energy costs growing. It's no longer a fringe issue. For one thing, people can see that carbon emissions nowadays come mainly from the booming developing world. The total of China and India's emissions has more than doubled to 40% of the total since 2000, and famously, China burns more coal than the rest of the world put together. Meanwhile, the US total of emissions has halved. It's now just 13%. The EU figure is 6%. The UK is just under 1%. One must ask, how long in these circumstances are Western countries going to be willing to impose on themselves economy-damaging carbon mitigation measures when others pay only lip service to that? And the argument is growing. In the EU, we have the public argument between von der Leyen, whose commission depends for its viability on its socialist backers, and Manfred Weber speaking for declining German industry. In Britain, we now have a clear left-right party political division on net zero for the first time for a long time. Public opinion is starting to change. I cite just recently a poll in the Times newspaper in London which showed that support for net zero measures as implemented in the UK, petrol car bans, heat pump boilers, higher gas bills, support for that has collapsed and climate change has fallen right down the list of popular concerns. But it is still only the beginning. In Britain, the myth that renewables are cheaper than gas is still believed by many and is still parroted by the government. In Spain, the government appears to have successfully pushed under the carpet the real explanations for their blackout earlier this year, the strain that renewables imposed on the Spanish grid. In France, Macron seems ready, or at least ready to talk about watering down a perfectly successful French energy policy of the last few decades based on nuclear and go down the same renewables blind alley as everybody else. And politicians who want to give a lead in this area, who want to question all of this, are still often derided as not reflecting the needs of the time. And the problem is too many people lack the courage to confront the fundamentals of the problem we face. And I do think Europe needs to wake up. So to my fifth point, Europe will gradually become irrelevant if it doesn't change course. What are the geopolitical consequences of all these trends? It's a simplification, obviously, but in the next couple of decades, at least, it seems to me, it is very much about supplies of gas, for the reasons I gave at the start. The short reason is the best thing is to have lots of gas of your own. That gives you the best kind of energy power, both for yourself and for export. And that means, to differing degrees, countries like Russia, Nigeria, and Qatar. As Tony Abbott noted, Australia could have been on that list, but has chosen not to, at least for the time being, to exploit its gas supplies it could have. And, of course, the United States. Thanks to fracking, the US has gone over the last decade or two from being a weakling in national gas to a global gas superpower. It produces more gas than Canada, Iran, Norway and Qatar together. And what the US does with its energy resources is crucial, and it's why it's far too soon to write off the US in global politics and economics in any way. The next best thing, if your country, is to have reliable access to gas. And here, of course, the crucial word is reliable. Much of Europe thought it had reliable access to Russian gas, and it didn't turn out like that. It is, of course, access to Russian gas and oil that's driving the China-Russia alliance. It's probably too soon to suggest that India might become part of that partnership, and for the same reason, despite the images we saw from the SCO meeting, but obviously it is a factor. Now, luckily, for the time being, Europe has access to US gas. And indeed, US gas in LNG form is crucial, absolutely crucial, to European energy security, and this means the future for the EU is likely to be energy dependence on the US. Indeed, Chris Wright pointed this out in an interview last week, and therefore limited options for political and economic autonomy. Now, it's much less good to need gas and only have unreliable suppliers. And as I said, Europe is not quite there, because for now at least the US and Qatar are reliable. But it's not obvious this is always going to be the case. Middle East politics mean we can never be quite sure about Qatar. And of course we don't actually know who is going to be the US president in 2029. The worst thing of all is to be in a state of delusion, and that's Europe's problem. Europe still relies on hydrocarbons for 75% of its energy, and it chooses to import most of that. In 2022, Europe was deluded enough to believe that that somehow gave it a source of strength against Russia. And in fact, of course, EU sanctions, to the extent they are complete, have had no real effect on Russia at all. Russia produces all the gas it needs itself and routes the rest to China, Turkey, and elsewhere. Europe is instead deluded enough to think that it can ignore the gas that it's got under its feet in England, in Germany, in Spain, and probably elsewhere, and to believe that renewables will give Europe security instead. And for the reasons I've given, it just won't. So to conclude, in a world of geopolitical conflict, I think this attitude is disastrous. Not only is cheap and abundant energy linked to economic growth and prosperity, it's also linked to the ability to defend yourself and to project power. We've seen Europe's inability to ramp up military production in the last few years. That's partly will, but it's partly also ability, and it's partly also capacity. Why will this change with current energy policy as it is? Why would industry not decamp further to countries which are serious about energy power? After all, industry grew up in the 19th century where the energy was. Why would that not happen again? If it does, it's Europe that's going to be the loser, and that's why I fear gravely for Europe's economic future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord Frost, for your remarks. The keynote address is going to be followed by a panel discussion moderated by our own Director of Research, Callum Nicholson. And our panelists are W. Gede Moore, former Minister of Public Works of Liberia, Dora Gedas, Energy Policy Advisor at the Hungarian Ministry of Energy, and the former Energy Attaché in Brussels during the Hungarian EU presidency, Vasily Husseinov, Head of Department at the Center of Analysis of International Relations, and Diane Furgot-Roth, Director of the Center of Energy, Climate and Environment at the Heritage Foundation.
Thanks, Christoph. Great. So, that's fine, please. And thanks, David, for the keynote there, too. As Christoph has said, the panel topic today is who will power the post-liberal world, energy security and strategic leverage. But also, to some extent, I was thinking more about it, and a lot of it's really, the question is almost how do you power the post-liberal world? But I think it's worth starting off reflecting on where we've been, or where we are now relative to the last 10 years, because it does seem to be that in the last 10 years, a slightly millenarian understanding of climate took over certainly Western culture, and given so much of the world's international institutional infrastructure is in the image of those countries, of the West, you could argue the Anglosphere, you could maybe even argue sort of the post-Protestant nations in a sense. It does seem to be that where America goes, where the West goes, however you define that, so the world goes for a period. And it seems to be that what we've been living through a lot in the last 10 years is an era of marked by a lot of green policies or preoccupation with climate change. It was very difficult, I think, in policy and even in research to talk about anything without referencing climate. I mean, even in academia, you do a proposal on something, and they say, well, how do you relate your proposal to climate change, even if it's a completely unrelated topic? So the question I want to begin with for the panel is that there does seem to be a sense that I think Lord Frost referenced that green policies are beginning to lose ground, and I suspect not solely because of a change in American leadership and the so-called vibe shift that occurred since last November. So my first question is, were these green policies, this preoccupation with climate, if you agree that it's dissipating, that people aren't thinking about it as much now, do you think they were only ever fair weather phenomena? Were they just were the climate policies just an indulgence of easy times in a sense? And are they likely, or do you think maybe they're likely to remain in some form going forward? Maybe begin with Diane.
Should I take one of these?
Please, yes, everyone, if you could take a microphone, thank you.
I think what most people mistake is that they see this as a matter of principle. They see this as a matter of saving the planet. In reality, it's a food fight between two industries, the oil, gas, fossil fuel industry and the renewable industry. And on the one hand, we have very strong financial interests for purchasing these wind turbines, solar panels, and electric batteries from China. China makes 70% of the world's wind turbines, 70% of the world's 80% of the world's electric batteries, 70% of solar panels. So there's a big financial incentive. So Al Gore, who had the famous film An Inconvenient Truth, where he said Manhattan would be underwater now, he had major green interests. It wasn't just from his heart. And I think that we have to be aware of that. And during President Obama's time, we heard about the need for green jobs. I wrote a book about it called Regulating to Disaster, pointing out that a green job is no different from any other job. If you sold clothes at the Salvation Army in a thrift shop, you had a green job. If you sold clothes in Marks and Spencer's, you didn't have a green job. I mean, it made no difference. It was just window dressing. So I think this is going to continue to be with us while there is the political push with the investors in green energy.
Are you basically saying that climate change, you could almost see it as a marketing term, or sort of it's market making? It's someone creating a market for a product?
Exactly, and they're marketing an ideology, and it's the ideology, as we heard from Lord Frost, that is winning over the facts, and we have to push it back. President Trump is pushing back on it because he has he's saying greenhouse gases do not significantly affect human health. Just last week, he said he was no longer going to count emissions from power plants or industry or cars. He wasn't going to count these greenhouse gas emissions anymore. Now, it doesn't mean there's going to be a lot of soot going out in the air. That's a different kind of emission. That's particulates. There's the lead from petrol, gasoline. That's going to continue to be counted. But greenhouse gas emissions, that's CO2, methane, water vapor, he's not going to count that anymore. And that's a very significant step. He's walked away from net zero. The question is Europe going to follow or get left behind?
Thanks. Mr. Moore, you were the Minister of Public Works in Liberia, and I know you have a strong interest in international development and climate. To some extent, one could argue international development has become a climate agenda in the last 5 years. Would you share a perspective with her, or do you have a very different frame of reference?
Well, thank you, Callum, and it's a pleasure to be here second time this year at the Danube Institute. Thanks for inviting me again. I think I have a different view on this. The first thing is that the idea that human activity has absolutely no impact at all on the climate is something I don't subscribe to. I think it does. And I think the people who are least responsible for that will face the brunt of the changes that happen to the climate. And consequently, globally, doing something about climate has some sort of value. I also think that, the point, a few things. This year, the first 4 months of this year, 25% of on-grid power in Pakistan, 25%, came from renewables. There are only 17 countries that have managed to join the 25% club. All of those 17 countries are Western European countries. Pakistan is a very poor country, and so it's very unusual. Pakistan has, over the last year, has bought billions of dollars worth of solar panels and batteries from China, and part of the reason is because of this fierce price war between Chinese producers of solar panels that has become really cheap. Our neighbors to the west in Sierra Leone imported enough solar panels from China this year so that if only the solar panels that were imported from China this year produce the electricity Sierra Leone uses, it will account for 23%. Now, in Pakistan, in parts of Africa, Southern Africa, the Middle East, this surge in the use of renewables is not driven by woke ideology or green. It is just cheaper to do. And so in terms of the energy mix of the parts of the world where I'm from, green energy is going to, as long as it remains one of the cheapest ways to bring people online and provide electricity, it is going to remain. So that's one. The second reason why I think it's going to remain is we have, by building our systems in places where those systems are either non-existent or still being built, by building our systems on these, it means that when we think about renewal, when we think about maintenance, when we think about the standards have already been set, and it's going to be China. The final thing I would say to that, and this is to a point that my co-panelist made, was that China produces about 70% of wind turbines and solar panels. This is true. But in 2015, that wasn't true. In 2015, China had a Made in China 2025 plan, and it chose certain industries that they wanted to dominate. In fact, by 2015, the dominant producers of solar panels was Germany. And the final thing I would say is to Lord Frost's point. It is my view that the problem plaguing Europe is in the source of the energy that Europe is using. I think Europe faces a formidable competitor who is able to scale at a pace and scope that Europe can't. Almost every single thing that Europe, in the Draghi report, in the early 2000s, Chinese firms were competitive with European firms on about 17% of the products. Today, for 42% of the products that Europe produces, there is a Chinese firm that is competitive on both quality and price. I don't think it's because of the source of the energy that Europe uses. There's something else that is driving this, and I think we should focus on that less than focus on the energy that we use.
I think partly it's subsidies, because the United States spends 25% of its federal budget on healthcare, for example. So someone who goes to a hospital, even if they don't have any money, they get treated. China spends a lot of money subsidizing its good, and therefore it manages to undercut a lot of products in other countries. So if you look at the EVs sold in Germany for about 16,000, 20,000 euros, they're selling them for under the cost of production, and that's being subsidized. But if you're Chinese and you go to a hospital and you don't have any money, you just don't get treated. So it depends where the countries put their money.
Actually, on this, Lord Frost, I mean, obviously, you referenced your talk there. What's your thought on the debate here?
Well, I think, I mean, there's too much to kind of compress down, really. I'm not against renewables from an ideological perspective. I just think that they are inefficient and extremely expensive and not likely to be very useful, and that's the kind of fundamental problem with them. I can well see there are circumstances, you know, if you've got no electricity grid at all, or you're used to an ineffective power supply already, then renewables intermittency isn't likely to be less of a problem. But I do not think that you're going to be able to power a modern advanced industrial economy on renewables. They're simply not energy efficient enough or cheap enough, and I think it will prove a blind alley to try it, even if it's convenient for the time being.
It's interesting, the panel, because we've got someone who's British but based in America, and a Brit, and Liberia, and Azerbaijan, and Hungary. And so I'm curious on this very different frames of reference geopolitically. From the position of Azerbaijan, what is the view of this general debate about this preoccupation with climate and green policies? Has it picked up there? Is it something that has, if it has it declined now? What is the perspective?
Yeah, Azerbaijan is the country just hosted COP29. It was the expression of the ambition to lead the process on green, at least to be an active player in green transition around the world, while being oil and gas producer. Oil and gas production comprise a very significant part of Azerbaijan's economy. More than 90% of our exports are coming from oil and gas sector. But at the same time, Azerbaijan has taken the advantage of the new momentum of green transition, particularly due to the fact that the country has also significant potential to produce renewable energy. Particularly, solar and wind energy potential of Azerbaijan is enormous. And this is one of the reasons why recently Azerbaijan, together with Georgia, Hungary, and overall with the involvement of European Commission, decided on a new project, Black Sea cable, to export Azerbaijani electricity to Europe under the Black Sea. So it shows that while being oil and gas producer, the advantages offered by green transition, Green Deal, are taken very seriously in Azerbaijan. And at the same time, Azerbaijan is a transit country in that context. We have also recently reached agreement with some Central Asian countries to export their electricity through the Caspian Sea to Europe. So in that context, both as a producer of renewable energy and also as a transit country to bring Central Asian electricity to Europe, Azerbaijan is quite interested in that context. But at the same time, I completely agree with my colleagues that it's a rather controversial issue. The implications of green transition for European economy are painful. Today, President Václav called it a disaster, Green Deal, a disaster for European industry, which is leading to deindustrialization. And at the same time, it is something we are following very closely because while renewable energy is a new avenue of some profits for Azerbaijan, but at the same time, we understand and emphasize the fact that oil and gas sectors are going to remain the drivers of global economy, global industry, and it is something we are following closely because, against the backdrop of Green Deal debates in Europe, we are receiving increasingly less investments for oil and gas sector in Azerbaijan. For example, Europe is asking Azerbaijan to increase the amount of natural gas to Europe, but it requires investments to extract more gas and also to expand the capacity of pipelines. And unfortunately, due to this Green Deal process, the European institutions have started cut investments in that sphere.
Thank you. And finally, Dora, something that's interesting about Hungary is that Hungary often has quite a contentious relationship with the EU, but actually its environmental policies seem, from my observation, to be quite mainstream EU, sort of its views on ESG and so on are quite mainstream, which is an interesting, by my observation anyway, I don't know if it's correct. But what is your view on these green policies of the last few years? Do you see them as something that are in decline? Indeed, do you think they will return? Do you think they were appropriate?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here, and let me just quickly convey my Deputy State Secretary's regret for not being able to make it to this panel, but I will do my best to answer your question. The debate about whether climate change is real or just market making, I think in Hungary we do see some effects of it that suggest that there is really a change going on and that we will have to respond to that. Whether renewables are going to be well, they are not going to be the only answer. Being a purist about how the future's energy mix is going to look like in Europe is a completely misguided idea that's, I think, by now quite obvious. Then again, for a country like Hungary and for a region like Europe, where we do not have that much domestic fossil resources, we will have to have something that is domestically generated. And then we can go into arguments about but where the wind turbines are made or where the solar panels are made. But I think that that is a question that is more, that can be solved, that can be changed compared to if you do not have natural gas in the ground, then you do not have it. Like, there's not much to be done about that. So I think the general idea about needing to have new energy resources come into the energy mix is something that Hungary agrees with. We have quite a lot of solar PV installed in the past few years, and we are quite proud of the achievements we've made in that area. But the way that the EU is going on about this policy is, not the best approach that could be made. We do not, the decision makers in Brussels do not seem to be taking into account physical realities, the problems that the grids will face if we suddenly connect a whole lot of solar and wind generation to them, the investment needs that grid modernization will need, which is in the hundreds of billions of euros. If we are going to legislate without considering these issues, without considering the impacts that industries that are already less competitive because of energy prices than their counterparts in either China or in the United States are going to face, then we are just driving down a dead-end street without ever stepping on the gas, I think.
Stepping on the gas, no pun intended, I see. But thank you for that. So actually, you mentioned about Hungary's position being, I think, an energy importer, I think is that what you said. So, and this brings us to the next question about energy sovereignty, because we hear this term, sovereignty is obviously a conservative priority. It's a term that's, and the concept of energy sovereignty has been one that you hear quite a lot of now. It's becoming a bit of a buzzword. And I do wonder, though, is it possible to actually achieve energy sovereignty? And if you could, would it in fact even be desirable to do so? Is there such a thing as energy sovereignty? Can we, because there are some, one of the challenges in this, of course, is the United a lot of the frame of reference comes through great powers like the United States. And it's easy for a great power with vast energy resources to say this ought to be the policy of how one operates. But if you are a relatively small landlocked country without maybe a lot of fossil fuels you can dig up, it must be much more difficult to be sovereign. So energy sovereignty possible and desirable?
Yes. No, that's an excellent question. And before that, I just want to say that it's absolutely true that climate change is real. The question is, how much are humans having an influence over it? I mean, we could see in Viking times that they sailed where there's a lot of ice right now. There have been periods of warming and cooling, for millennia. And the seas have been gradually rising for 20,000 years because of the melting of the glaciers. But the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change models show that if Europe stopped using all fossil fuels today, it would make a difference of 1/10 of 1 degree Celsius by year 2100. If the United States stopped using all fossil fuels today, according to IPCC models, it's a difference of 2/10 of 1 degree centigrade. What we are doing in the West makes absolutely no difference because Asia, Latin America, Africa, they're all increasing, and there's 3 billion people in the world without electricity and running water, and they cannot get there with renewables alone. But in terms of energy sovereignty, we can just look at OPEC in the 1970s. When OPEC cut off supplies of oil to the West, prices of gasoline rose. I remember having to wait in queues for half an hour to fill up my car with gasoline, and that was energy sovereignty then. Now we have President Trump's energy dominance. He's reversing the Biden-era policies. He is increasing production of oil and natural gas, approving permits for critical minerals, and streamlining nuclear power plants. So his goal is not just to be able to provide energy for the United States, but to be able to export it all over the world for our allies and change geopolitical effects, have geopolitical influence by being able to be the supplier of low-cost natural gas, which will also reduce greenhouse gas emissions because it'll displace coal. So I think this is the new idea of energy sovereignty.
Thank you. David.
Well, I don't think most countries, I would use the word energy autarky, and I don't think that is a sensible goal for most countries. Maybe one or two very big ones can achieve it, but most countries cannot supply all their energy needs from domestic sources and shouldn't try, I don't think. Where I say energy sovereignty is important is sovereignty is important. It's the ability to set your own terms, to choose your suppliers, to set your energy policy and your economic policy without external constraints, and to have an energy policy that backs up your economic policy. And at the moment, most European countries, at least, are hugely constrained by policy set at EU level in line with the kind of climate ideology. They don't have the freedom to experiment or to do things differently as they should, and that's going to be a problem. So, energy sovereignty means the freedom to make sensible choices and get an energy supply that supports a properly growing economy, and we do not have that in Europe at the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Moore.
I think just as with the energy mix, I think energy sovereignty is an aspiration, and I think the countries that can attain that will try to attain that. I think part of the reason is, so for example, friendshoring, reshoring became an issue for large Western firms that do manufacturing in China. China +1 or China +10 became an issue after COVID. The zero COVID and the shutdowns made us realize in the rest of the world how China-centric our supply chains were. And so countries wanting for more resilient supply chains needed to get away from China. You could call that sovereignty of the supply chains. And I think that's the same thing that's going to happen to Europe. Europe was so dependent on Russia that when the war started for oil and gas, that Europe, the idea of sovereignty, European sovereignty, means that alternate sources for energy without becoming dangerously dependent or almost recklessly dependent on a single source of energy. So I imagine that would be an issue. But in other parts of the world, that wouldn't make sense, especially in my part of the world. What we're trying to do in my part of the world is create what we're calling regional power pools. So there's one in West Africa for the West Africa power pool, one in East Africa, one in Southern Africa. The hope is that because of variation in endowment, not every country can pursue energy sovereignty. You just may not have the resources or the natural endowment to be able to do that. And so that I think for the countries that can, they will pursue that. I should say two things before I end. The one is that I think the energy dominance policy of the Trump administration is almost disconsonant, because we have European governments now that are opting to buy European weapons systems because they're not sure they can depend on the Americans. Why would you want them to depend on the Americans for your energy sovereignty? I think energy dominance is going to have an issue, because you have to be able to depend on the person on whom you have the person has to be reliable. The second thing is, I feel like there is a little fest for EU green policy sucks, so I should join it. I think it does, especially for us in Africa. One is that on December 31st this year, to export any agricultural product to the EU, you have to demonstrate with satellites, with proof, that the land on which that stuff was grown was cleared before 2020. It's going to be very, very difficult for a lot of African governments that own and export agricultural products. Number two, the EU, through the World Bank, the African Development Bank, has been pushing not to finance the development of fossil fuel facilities across Africa, although the EU is ready to export what is produced there and use it in the EU. It makes absolutely no sense for people in the world that the resources and the endowments they have are incapable of using it. It's good for the EU to use it, but it's not good for them to use it. So since I feel like I should point out that it makes absolutely no sense for us to.
Thank you. Mr. Husinov. And so what do you think about this concept of energy sovereignty? Obviously, Azerbaijan, huge amount of energy. So I suppose that maybe it's not such a going concern there, or are there other geopolitical concerns of maybe you have so much energy that there's maybe that's a geopolitical risk in itself?
Yeah, indeed. Thanks God we have enough energy.
Can one be too energy sovereign?
We are, yeah. And by the way, recently President Aliyev partly confirmed that Azerbaijan has founded new oil reserves, which are going to be the largest in the history of the country. And in August in Washington, on the sidelines of Peace Summit, Azerbaijan's national oil company SOCAR and U.S. ExxonMobil signed a memorandum of understanding. While its content was not public, but we know that one of the main issues on the agenda is the exploration of new oil reserves. And President Aliyev confirmed that there is very high probability that the very big reserves have been found. So, indeed, in that sense, we are sovereign. Energy sovereignty has been achieved, and Azerbaijan is also playing a very active role contributing to energy security of Europe. Today, Azerbaijan is exporting natural gas to 10 European countries. 8 of them are EU members. And also in July 2022, after the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Azerbaijan and European Union signed a declaration of strategic partnership in energy field. And today, we are strategic partners in that area. And Azerbaijan, according to that declaration, Azerbaijan is supposed to increase the amount of natural gas exported to Europe to 20 BCM by 2027. So we are working on that. We are contributing to energy security of Europe. But you are right, calling it a buzzword in recent months, and it is similar to strategic autonomy as a buzzword used very widely by European politicians. But unfortunately, Europe is not demonstrating an ideal performance in that area either.
Thank you. And Ms. Geray, in Hungary, obviously, sovereignty is absolutely one of the key words here. I think across the board with most issues. I imagine also trying to achieve more energy sovereignty. So what would be the perspective?
Yes, you're right about that. Although with energy, you always have to take into account physical constraints. The constraints are imposed by geography, by history, by the existing infrastructure that you have. So, of course, we have quite a hard time to achieve energy sovereignty, although it is a very important goal, I think, to be working towards, because if you are not looking at energy autarky, as Lord Frost has said, but to a situation where you are not beholden to single suppliers or single supply routes, where if something happens, then that's it, you're done for. That is a goal that, even if we cannot achieve 100%, even if we get better at it, we are still in a better situation overall. So we are very much committed to increasing our energy sovereignty by finding new partners to supply natural gas or crude oil, for example, Azerbaijan or Turkey or Qatar, but also by exploiting what little domestic resources we do have. We can currently extract about natural gas that amounts to about a fifth of our annual consumption. We also have a few oil wells that can produce, but we will be, I think, always reliant on others in that regard. And then also, of course, we have renewables, which is, I know, is a controversial topic here, but that is a resource we do have, and I think we do need to exploit it as much as possible, with the caveat that, of course, energy storage will be important. Strengthening our electricity grids will be important if we go down that route. We also have quite high geothermal energy potential, and we are also working on exploiting that in the future.
Thank you. Actually, I remember reading last year a book on the Hungarian Revolution. It said one of the causes, there were many causes, but one of them, the 56th revolution, not the 48. And one of the causes was the Soviets were actually, they discovered uranium under the hills near Pitch, and I think it was exported to Russia, but then the Hungarians paid for it. And so when this was discovered, it was a very controversial thing. So it's interesting, there was a uranium resource there in Hungary. So the next question I want to move on to is about the new technology, of course, that's taking over the world, which is AI. Because one of the things with these large language models is the amount of energy that's being used for them. Now, in the past, with computing, the limit tended to be silicon, like how advanced the semiconductors could be and the chips could be. And that was Moore's law and so on, not this Moore, but one of the other Moore's law was that was always seen the limit on computing. But increasingly now it seems that our constraint is less computing, but more actually electricity is how we can power AI. So there does seem to be a growing tension now between the geopolitical demand for AI and the geoeconomic limit on energy. And I'm wondering how the panel see this tension developing, and who has the advantage in this world where there is increasing demand for energy and increasing demand for AI, and they're hard to reconcile. And maybe we could start. Who would like to start? Anyone else?
I'd be happy to start.
Sure.
It's a very big discussion in the United States now. In fact, the nuclear power plant 3 Mile Island is getting reopened to provide power for Microsoft using the Constellation utility. And we don't see AI being able to be powered by renewables, and it's even more important to have natural gas, nuclear powering AI. And there's a big question as to whether AI producers should be allowed to have their own sources of energy, or whether there should be sources of energy for everyone. The Heritage Foundation, we're in favor of having sources for everybody. We see abundant energy as being vital. We see we have an infinite supply of natural gas, and we don't see that AI centers should have special privileges with regard to energy. In other words, energy should be created for everybody, not just for AI centers. And with regard to banks not being able to lend to African countries, there was the UN Net Zero Banking Alliance, where 140 banks pledged not to lend for fossil fuels in Africa. And it was really an abomination. And just 2 weeks ago, the UN Net Zero Banking Alliance has paused. Many members have withdrawn, but now the alliance has paused. I'm sorry that it has not ended, but they say they have paused. Because Africa should be able to use its own sources of energy. Africa has more resources than probably any other continent in terms of coal, natural gas, and it should be building natural gas, coal-fired power plants. It should be able to get access to loans from Western banks. And I hope that the pause with the Net Zero Banking Alliance is going to do this. But the World Bank, international organization funded by the EU, funded by the United States, still will not lend for fossil fuels or nuclear power in Africa or Latin America. And that's an abomination, I would say.
Who'd like to go next on that question about AI and geopolitics versus geoeconomics?
Sure, I would. I think maybe there's an opportunity here that, so I'm with the Energy for Growth Hub now, and there are 75 designs for SMRs, small modular reactors, and 15 of them are in the permitting phase. Now, there is a possibility that if we have as many as those, there's a possibility that one of them might emerge, and so that it reduces the cost of nuclear, it reduces the size of nuclear. We can come to as low as, because the minimum size for a nuclear facility now is 1,000 megawatts, so 1 gigawatt, but we can come down to, say, 150, 100, if we can improve the technology for that. I know that China has a working prototype of an SMR. So the hope is that with the demand of AI, there will be an increase in the technology for nuclear and reducing the size and increasing the safety. So that's really a good thing. Obviously, it means there is now, in the places where we don't have abundant energy, it limits how much they can participate in the AI revolution because you need that power to compute. So one hopes that, with the point she was making earlier, that with the pause of this and the ability to invest, the final thing I want to add on that and close on that is that we, at least in Africa, I mean, it's in specific countries, but we're thinking of the region as a whole, at least 30% of the critical minerals required to make the transition, or for the next iteration of our economy, global economy, what it looks like. And I was talking to someone yesterday that the Europeans, the Japanese, the Americans, they're all interested in Africa. The Chinese are refurbishing the rail from Zambia through Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. The Japanese are building a corridor called Nakala, that's Malawi, through Zambia and through Mozambique. And of course, the Europeans and the Americans, they're interested in the Lobito corridor that comes from Zambia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Angola. Everyone is interested in a corridor to extract. No one is talking about adding value where the extraction is happening. And so one hopes that going forward, for trade to be fairer, and I know that at this conference, one of the issues that kept coming up again and again was the issue of migration. If we're incapable of creating jobs, if we're incapable of creating value in the places where these resources are extracted, it makes it really, really difficult. People are going to follow the resources where they go. And so my hope is that as we think about the AI revolution, we think about electricity and power and the minerals required to power AI, we would think about how we can process in the places where the minerals are extracted so that we can create value and jobs there too.
Thank you. Before we continue, I'm conscious actually we're technically out of time. How much time have I got? Have we got, Christoph? We got 10. Great. Okay, perfect. So I want to get in one more question after this one actually, which which may not be the last one we discussed actually, but just on this issue with the geopolitics in the sense of AI and technological advance, and also the geoeconomics of energy provision. Any thoughts on these?
Yeah, just a short remark. There was an old assumption that those countries with best chips are going to win AI, but now the assumption is shifting that the countries with best chips and cheapest energy are going to win the AI. And in that context, you asked who has the advantage. Of course, the countries like the United States, who is more or less self-sufficient in energy, has best chips, a bigger advantage compared to Europe and even compared to China to some extent.
Thank you. Ms. Kirai.
I think I agree with almost everything that my co-panelists said about this question because, without energy there's no AI that is worth talking about. And of course, countries that can provide that abundant energy, whether it's natural gas, nuclear, hydro, are going to be the ones who can ride the wave, so to speak. But what is interesting and what has been mentioned already is the question of whether this power should be from the grid or off-grid. And I think we see that SMRs, for example, are very hot topic also in connection with AI because they're like the IEA published recently a report about this, and they mentioned about 25 gigawatts of SMR projects in the pipeline that are directly connected to AI data centers. And I think basically whoever wins the race to develop an SMR project that is actually commercially viable, can be exported, can be, well, not scaled, but built quickly and on cost, is going to be the one who's winning this race with AI.
Lord Frost, any comments on energy and AI? No? Okay. Right. Well, I mean, I was going to ask you a final question about the status of nuclear energy in the sort of in the coming world, particularly given that I was watching a video a few days ago. Maybe I'll just stick with this question. That I was watching a video a few days ago of it came up on YouTube of the oil well fires in Kuwait in 1991, and I'd forgotten about this because I was a kid when that was happening, and it was quite devastating. The amount of damage is one of the greatest ecological disasters, but also the smog covered the entire region, and that was Saddam's armies retreating, blowing up the oil wells in order to create cover for the army, and probably as vindictively, I imagine. And I do wonder, in a context now where it feels that more big wars are possible again, and clearly there are big wars going on now, in a way that hasn't really happened in Europe since 1945, and all nuclear technology is since 1945, it does raise an interesting question, I think, or I put it to the panel, does it raise an interesting question, that we have nuclear energy, and it seems to be a good option, but is it a good option when all else is not equal, when there is risk of real conflict again and attacks on infrastructure?
Well, I think it's a very real option. In the United States, it's been bogged down by regulatory costs. So it's not cost effective right now, but President Trump is trying to change that by streamlining some of the regulations. It used to be that a nuclear power plant could be built in the States in 4 years. Now it takes 10 to 15. But other countries do not have the lawfare of the United States, and it's a lot more practical. I know Romania, Poland, they're building nuclear power plants, and the danger, I think, of these nuclear power plants has been very much exaggerated. People have been scared into not wanting nuclear power. Germany closed its nuclear power plants and then became partly dependent on electricity from France, which is 70% made from nuclear power. And these people who say nuclear power is dangerous and they still go to France as tourists, I haven't heard anyone say they don't want to go to France because 70% of the electricity there is produced by nuclear power. It's the number one tourist destination. So I think that our regulations need to be streamlined, and I hope they can be streamlined in the States to have a lot more nuclear power.
Thank you. David?
I mean, I agree with that. I think we are obviously beginning another wave of, let's hope, of nuclear investment and kind of innovation. I think we, the UK, are signing some sort of partnership with the US this week on SMRs, and we both have firms that are capable of developing these. So, but I think that is going to take time. And it isn't a solution in the short run to think that nuclear can be scaled up rapidly as much as we would want it to be. In the longer run, I think it's really important. Can I just make one last remark, since we're running out of time, which is to say, one of the things that annoys me most about this whole debate is the kind of dishonesty about the way it's conducted, and by politicians. And I think I would have more respect for those who advocate the green transition if they said something like, it's going to be difficult. We are going to lose less energy. AI is going to be a problem. It probably is going to cost more, but we have to do it for the sake of the planet and for the climate. They won't say that. They pretend you can have it all ways, that you can transition to green energy while it's still being productive, still being effective, still delivering good, high-quality jobs. And I just think this is dishonest. We're not presenting the trade-offs to people in a way that it should be presented. And just to finish, this point about green jobs you mentioned, Diana, at the start, it's one of those things that drives me crazy. Green jobs, anyone can create green jobs. I can close down, I can stop use of diesel-powered road diggers and so on and give everybody a shovel. And that's a green job, but nobody thinks that it makes any sense economically. And green jobs in the West tend to mean highly subsidized forms of employment to pay people to do things that are not worthwhile and are unproductive, and it's a blind alley. But I'll stop there. Thanks.
Any other final comments around actually, I wanted to ask one last thing, almost as a 5-second response. But
can I just add one thing? I think that the latest iteration of Ukraine's strategy in its war with Russia is to use drones against Russian energy production facilities. It is therefore clear that if nuclear becomes a big part of how we power and there's a war in the future, I can imagine Russia's conduct around the nuclear plant in Ukraine is also an indication of what would happen in that case. However, the way SMRs are being designed today is to account for the kinds of failures that we've seen with nuclear in the past, and so maybe that point might be moot.
Thank you. Any final comments on nuclear? None? Okay, and just to wrap up, just very quickly in 5 seconds, just to put you under pressure, is that what do you think, in the context of energy, what is the big issue in a few words, really just a few words, what is the big issue you think that's coming down the pipe, be it the pipeline, I'm not sure. What is the big issue that we're going to face over the next 10 years in energy? Go ahead.
Whether Europe is going to follow the United States and leave its net zero policies, either by leaving them deliberately or by using a series of waivers that will essentially get the EU out of the problem it has created.
Thank you. David?
Yes, agreed. Can Europe stop building renewables and build productive stuff instead?
Mr. Moore?
I'll pass.
You pass?
For us, the biggest issue is whether we will get enough investments to explore oil and gas.
And from the Hungarian perspective, Ms. Geday?
All of those that have been mentioned before, and I think the costs that are coming down the line. There will be enormous costs for grid modernization, for building new nuclear, for SMR, that we will in some way have to pay, and who's going to pay and how much is, I think, going to be a big issue.
Well, thank you very much to the panel for this. This has been great. Sorry we ran over a little bit. Lunch is, I believe, served. Is it the same situation as yesterday? So if you're a speaker, lunch is upstairs in the restaurant. If you are not a speaker, then there's a buffet in the gallery. But thank you very much. And we're returning in an hour, which will be, 50 minutes. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, well, welcome back to the final afternoon of this two-day summit. Now, typically with these Danube Geopolitical Summits or Danube Heritage Foundation Geopolitical Summits, what we often have is a themed part of it at the end. And this year, the theme is Central Asia and the Turkic states. For reasons that will be discussed on the panels. It's an emerging area. Hungary has an emerging connection with the region. It's of increasing interest to a lot of people here, and hopefully to all of you today, and if not already, you will see why it's interesting by the end of the next two panels. So for this first panel, the title is The Geopolitics of the Silk Road Region, from Crossroads to Pivot Point. And we have a keynote address by Matthew Breiser, who's the former US ambassador to Azerbaijan and the managing director of Strife, I think it is. Yes, it's Strife? Strife or Strife? Strife. Okay, right. So apologies for that. So that's the keynote that's going to happen now. And then we're going to have a panel discussion led by my colleague, visiting fellow at the Danube Institute, Ibrahim Mamadov. But first, Mr. Breiser.
Many thanks. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks, Melissa's not here, or James, but thanks to them and all of you and this beautiful Danube Institute. I feel so fresh and refreshed by not just the star power of who's having organized conferences, international conferences. I know how incredibly difficult it is to have these types of people like Prime Minister Abbott or like Lord Frost. But it's the freshness and sort of the common return to common sense of these discussions that really has made me feel a new sort of breath of fresh air. So not everybody knows about the Great Silk Road. Many people here do and come from that part of the world, but it's for many people sort of obscure. So I wanted to put some dramatically positive events that have transpired in recent years in a historical perspective. And explain what the Great Silk Road really was and what it may be again. And the point I'm going to make is that there have been a collection of actors that have been pretty consistent for 2,200 years in some cases. So China, of course, the states of Central Asia who were city-states or even parts of other empires at certain times, and then the Europeans on the demand side, beginning with the Roman Empire. There have been other sort of nearby sort of internal and external actors, the Ottoman Empire or Turkey, the Russians as well. And then there's a relatively new actor, which is the United States. And Melissa, I was just thanking you and this beautiful institute for what we were talking about upstairs, the freshness, the honesty, even the courage of these discussions. So thank you very, very much. The honor of being with you. Thank you. So Silk Road, you could say, began 2,200 years ago during the Han Dynasty of China, when the Emperor Wu at that time sent an envoy to Central Asia looking for allies. And as, of course, always happens, the quest for allies turned into trade and trading partners. And while the Great Wall of China already partially existed, it was in this period that it began to expand, to protect those trading routes leading westward. And I'll talk more about China today, but this is just the context. The Europeans provided demand. As I said, beginning in the Roman Empire and then extending through the Middle Ages, the Europeans had great demand for Chinese silk, for spices, and even exotic animals. And Genoa and Venice achieved greatness because of their position at the end of the Great Silk Route in delivering goods via sea from Istanbul or from Constantinople inward then to Venice and Genoa, and then inward into the rest of Europe. As I look at the Madam Ambassador from Turkey, I say with a little bit of trepidation that the Ottoman Empire played a key role, but in some cases a disruptive one, please forgive me, because of, and the rest of the room will really dislike this, but tariffs or other types of taxes that began to not so much reduce trade volumes, but prompted the Europeans providing demand to look for alternative routes, led to the Age of Discovery and all those famous explorers we know of who found passage to India and the other trade routes around Cape of Good Hope, etc. But Turkey, of course, returns and is back, and in a very positive way. And then Russia and England. They were latecomers in the 19th century. A lot of us have heard of the Great Game. It was a political and a diplomatic confrontation between England and the Russian Empire. Russian Empire was worried that England was going to encroach on the city-states and other groupings in Central Asia, encroach militarily, but also encroach economically. And of course, England was worried about the crown jewel, about India, and whether Russia might have designs on India and everything the British East India Company had created. In crude terms, I guess you could say the people of Central Asia at that time provided the logistics. Ambassador Vahabov actually referred to this during his excellent interventions. And logistics in the sense of the flow of goods, but also ideas. And that's not to say that there wasn't anything produced in Central Asia that was traded onward through the Silk Road in Europe. I mean, in Central Asia, there were textiles produced and furs and metals, and we'll come back to metals. But it was empires and city-states like Bukhara and Samarkand in present-day Uzbekistan, or Merv in present-day Turkmenistan, that operated a relay system of caravans and merchants spanning all of Asia. And so the Great Silk Road wasn't just one route. There were many routes, but the main ones came from interior China, moved westward. Everything kind of converged on present-day Uzbekistan, and then went westward. Some of the routes went to Baku and Tbilisi or Tiflis and onto Constantinople or Istanbul. Others made it to the coast of the Levant and back up to Istanbul and then onward to Genoa and Venice. So you can see these actors have been around. They're back. They're the key actors in Central Asia now. So China, as initially was providing supply, now it's a little bit different. So let's fast forward to the post-Soviet period. We know that the countries of Central Asia were Soviet socialist republics for a while, not anymore. As Ambassador Vahabov was telling us, their operational concept now is independence. Independence as well as multi-vector foreign policies. We'll come to that in a moment. But in the immediate post-Soviet period, China didn't have much of a presence. But then, of course, it developed the Belt and Road Initiative, and is returning to a major trading relationship. And as we heard yesterday, I forgot who said it, but in 2014, when Xi Jinping launched the Belt and Road Initiative, his first stop was Astana, Kazakhstan. And if you fast forward to the end of COVID, Xi Jinping's first trip out of China was to Astana. Again, there's powerful symbolism and a powerful sense of what's important to China, or where's important to China. Europeans, they are still providing demand, but also now, since the Soviet period, big investments, as have the Americans, and especially in Azerbaijan, which isn't part of Central Asia, but an important part of the Silk Road, and in Kazakhstan. In Azerbaijan, the role of Great Britain in the form of the United Kingdom shifted and became an enabling one. Rather than a source of tension, thanks to BP, and thanks to the roles of the governments of Turkey and Azerbaijan and Georgia and the United States, agreements were reached to develop the largest oil and gas reserves discovered anywhere in the world since Alaska's North Slope. And as we heard today from Vasif, there now is even maybe a larger discovery of oil in offshore Azerbaijan, which that would really be a game changer. Again, Azerbaijan was actually running out of oil production. It had long plateaued. The production had long plateaued. This is really could be a huge boon to the Azerbaijani economy. But the point is, BP came in, along with TPAO, the Turkish company, U.S. Amoco. Amoco, though, got swallowed up by BP. There was a joke when BP and Amoco were merging. It's painful. Amoco's from Chicago, my hometown. I once wanted to work for them. But the joke was, as BP and Amoco are merging, how do you pronounce BP Amoco in London? And the punchline was BP because the Amoco is silent. And so BP is totally a British company, even though it's a huge investor in the United States. But in terms of national presence in Azerbaijan, you can consider BP to be thoroughly British. In Kazakhstan, though, there was a European presence through Eni, the Italian company, through Shell, through British Gas, and Total. And TPAO. So Turkey, I want to come back to Turkey for a second. So Turkey's been playing the role of a stabilizer and an enabler of prosperity now in Central Asia for the last few decades. Immediately after the fall of the Soviet Union, though, there was some tension between the Central Asian states and Turkey. The initial Turkish business people that came in were treating the Central Asians in a way that engendered some resentment at times, where it was clearly there was a superior group coming in and an inferior group that was going to receive the investments, and that has changed. And as we'll talk about in the next panel, the organization of Turkish states and Turkey in general are playing positive roles in a new geopolitical way that is based on building cultural ties and investment and economic ties in a way that is mutually beneficial, hopefully to all. In the post-Soviet period, Russia, it moved to a more of a divide and rule approach. It wanted to maintain its monopoly on pipelines from the Caspian Sea. A deputy foreign minister of Russia once told me, we're not going to let you succeed with Azerbaijan and the investors in Georgia in building new pipelines that are non-Russian, because our foreign policy is that we want as much oil and gas to flow via Russia from the Caspian Sea as possible. We want to maintain our monopoly. And I said, okay, that's smart. If you're a monopolist, then of course you want to maintain it, but we're going to create facts on the ground. And that happened in great public-private partnerships between private oil companies, national oil companies, and the governments of the region. As I said, the United States became the new actor. Part of it was what I've already mentioned, the U.S. support for these oil and gas export pipelines. By the way, the United States, no U.S. company invested in any of the oil or gas pipelines out of the Caspian Sea. So there's the main big oil pipeline is called Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan. It goes from Baku across Azerbaijan, Georgia, circumvents Armenia, and then enters Turkey and terminates at the port of Ceyhan on the Mediterranean Sea. So that gives access of Azerbaijani oil to global markets. And by the way, Israel still receives 40% of its oil via that pipeline and then shipping from Turkey, from Ceyhan, notwithstanding the fact that officially Turkey and Israel have no trade ties. The United States also took another look in a new way at Central Asia after September 11th. Thanks to Uzbekistan, the United States, when it launched Operation Enduring Freedom, it did it initially from Uzbekistan. It took a lot of soothing and calming and negotiating with then-President Karimov to persuade him that we were really going to do this as partners. The U.S. would respect Uzbekistan and wouldn't create a terrible mess in northern Afghanistan. And this is the first time we've mentioned Afghanistan, I think, in this entire conference. In Afghanistan, that would then redound to Uzbekistan's disadvantage. We formed a very strong partnership with Uzbekistan. And from my perspective, working on the National Security Council staff, the U.S. missed a huge opportunity. We were too bound up in what we were talking about earlier in the conference yesterday, in the ideology of democracy, and all that goes along with it. I'm a huge fan, as we all are, of democracy, but holding Uzbekistan and other countries to a particular standard, and speaking, as we said several times yesterday, speaking like a liberal but acting like a realist. We should have, if we had been more honest, we would have had a deeper, stronger, more enduring partnership with Uzbekistan, but we have another chance, maybe now. And then the Central Asians during this post-Soviet period. Initially, their focus was on investment in oil and natural gas, and they were successful in attracting that investment. But then, under President Mirziyoyev, beginning in 2017, there was a huge opening of Uzbekistan. So the multiple exchange rates went away. There was a big quest to partner with foreign investors, and it's paying benefits. Today, Uzbekistan, I guess, is the 5th largest producer of uranium in the world. Kazakhstan is the first. Kazakhstan is the #1 producer of uranium in the world. So beyond oil and gas, in terms of critical materials, uranium's a big one for Central Asia. Okay, now finally, let's fast forward to the most recent past. Let's say up to 2020, November, until today. Why 2020? Because of Azerbaijan's victory in the Second Karabakh War against Armenia. What is that? So the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, everyone's probably heard of, but it seems very obscure. So Nagorno-Karabakh is, I'll say was, because the names have changed, but okay, was a predominantly ethnic Armenian region inside of Azerbaijan. To make things even more complicated, the most sensitive spot inside Nagorno-Karabakh is a town called Shusha, which it was an Azerbaijani majority town. So Azerbaijani majority town, cradle of much of Azerbaijani culture, surrounded by an ethnic Armenian community, surrounded by the Soviet Socialist Republic of Azerbaijan. Why such a crazy structure? because Stalin decided in 1923 that Nagorno-Karabakh, ethnically Armenian, should be part of the Azerbaijan Soviet Socialist Republic to divide and conquer. So continuing that divide and rule approach I was talking about before. So to make a long story short, 1988, a group of activists, Armenian activists, declared independence of Nagorno-Karabakh, still in the Soviet Union, from the Azerbaijan Soviet Socialist Republic. That led to clashes. The Soviet Union collapsed. A lot of weapons from the Russian military base made it to the Armenian side. 1994, there was a ceasefire. Azerbaijan did not prevail. Azerbaijan lost that war. It lost control of Nagorno-Karabakh itself, as well as 7 surrounding territories. And so for years, there were negotiations. I was one of the mediators. We had US, French, and Russian mediators. That got the parties close to framework agreements, but they never really were able to finalize. They had a framework to get to a peace treaty eventually, so I'm using my words carefully. You'll see why in a second. A framework was being negotiated that would provide the basic elements of a future peace treaty. Russia, I always felt, and I had great relations with my Russian counterpart and with Foreign Minister Lavrov. We would brainstorm for hours together. Russia, I always felt, wanted that framework agreement to be reached, but didn't want to go from the framework to a peace treaty. So no war, no peace. Didn't want conflict to resume between Azerbaijan and Armenia. By the way, it was Russia that brokered a ceasefire between the two countries originally in the early 90s. So Russia didn't want war to resume, but nor did it want a final peace because it wanted to be able to meddle. So we never got to the end of the process. During this process, and in fact, as Curtis Yarvin was telling us yesterday, the loss of the right to make war means loss of sovereignty. So during this process, President Aliyev once said to me in private, I will negotiate in good faith as long as I believe Armenia is negotiating in good faith. And when I think that Armenia has lost commitment to the negotiating process, I will use military force. Wow. Okay. Shocking. And that's what happened. So in 2019, first the defense minister of Armenia, then the prime minister of Armenia announced publicly that old formula for a framework to get to a peace treaty, the land for peace formula that it was, we reject that. The new formula is new wars for new territories. New wars for new territories. A few months later, there was a new war. Azerbaijan prevailed, Armenia did not. The big change, though, has been in the last month or so. President Trump brought together President Aliyev of Azerbaijan, Prime Minister Pashinyan of Armenia in the White House. The two parties didn't finalize the agreements, but the foreign ministers initialed not that framework agreement I was talking about, but something much further, an actual peace treaty. So it's initialed by the foreign ministers. It will be signed by the presidents and ratified if and when Armenia changes its constitution, which is a demand of Azerbaijan, to make clear that these territories that I was talking about are unambiguously part of Azerbaijan and not possibly part of Armenia. So that will be negotiated for some time. Finally, there's a new corridor that President Trump it's got his name. So the Trump Road for International Peace and Prosperity, otherwise known as the Zangezur Corridor. So it is a corridor that will link the main part of Azerbaijan with an exclave of Azerbaijan that is on the border with Turkey across the territory of Armenia. That corridor, that idea was absolutely unacceptable to Armenia for decades. It's now something the Prime Minister of Armenia has said we must accept because we need peace. We need to integrate our economy into the region. We need to reconnect with Turkey, normalize our relations. We need to integrate with the countries to the east, across the Caspian, along what used to be the Great Silk Road. It's a very unpopular approach among the nationalists in Armenia who hope that one day there could be another crack at creating something called Greater Armenia, which was a medieval state that was today would need to be carved out of the territories of Turkey, of Azerbaijan, part of Iran. But the national mood in Armenia is shifting. And as there has been success with President Trump brokering these agreements, which was totally unexpected, now the mood has shifted. Armenia is accelerating a move away from its traditional protector, Russia, and saying we want closer ties with the EU in particular and the United States. And Azerbaijan has said, we are all in with the United States. The US president is finally paying attention. Azerbaijan has very serious tensions with Russia now for other reasons, which we'll discuss in a second. So to wrap it all up, we have the same actors. We have China being a key part of the Great Silk Road, and now through the Belt and Road Initiative and the Middle Corridor, wanting to expand its interest and use its economic influence for political influence. We have Russia, which I think is going to try to disrupt these agreements that President Trump just brokered. We have Turkey, present in a positive and stabilizing way, stimulating investment and cooperation. And we have the Central Asian states, for the first time really in their history, who, again, as Ambassador Vakhabov was saying, can pursue a multi-vector foreign policy, which really means independence. They don't have to choose the United States or Russia or China or their neighbors or Turkey. They can choose everyone and look for a way to maximize investments and modernize and diversify their economies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as you mentioned, the Ottoman Empire, it's actually worth noting the room we're in right now. This is actually the restaurant above that some of you have been into is called the Arani Bastia, which means Golden Bastion, because this building was from the Ottoman era. It was the bastion on the castle wall, a defensive structure only destroyed in the siege of Budapest in 1686. So there is Ottoman roots to this building, which makes it appropriate, I think, given some of the comments you just made. So okay, so now we're going to turn to the panel, pivoting off your wonderful keynote, the geopolitics of the Silk Road region from crossroads to pivot point. And the panelists will be Matthew Breiser, who you've just met, former US ambassador to Azerbaijan. He'll be joined by Damian Mishkovich, who's professor of practice at ADA University, director of policy research, analysis, and publications at the Institute of Development and Diplomacy. They'll also be joined by Hassan Ali Kadashah, rector of Cappadocia University, and Iskander Akelbayev, who's CEO and founder of the Zander Group. And we'll also be joined by our visiting fellow at the Danube Institute, Carlos Roa, who wrote a very interesting paper called The Golden Road, which he'll no doubt talk about on the panel, which you can pick up in not all good bookshops, but you can pick up in the Danube Institute. Okay, thank you very much. And they'll be moderated by our visiting fellow, Ibrahim Mamedov. So I'll leave Ibrahim to bring the panel to the floor. Thank you.
Hello. So, welcome to our panel. Thank you very much, dear Ambassador Matthew Breiser. It was a very interesting dive into the history of the region and the current processes. And you mentioned lots of different events and different and current events that are shaping the region. And one of the things that we saw is that there have been always traditional players, and they did not change much currently. There used to be a center of the whole region, but now there are many or none. So, and this leads me to the question, what would be the actual defining characteristics of the Silk Road region? What makes all of these countries bind together as a Silk Road region? So perhaps, Professor Damian, you could answer this question.
Thank you. Always happy to be here. Glad to be back for the Geopolitical Summit. Thank you to all the organizers and all that. And I would like to talk about sort of 5 overarching and interlaced characteristics. I'll try to be as brief as I can. The first is its geostrategic location, right? Ambassador Breiser talked about this in sort of going back, but I think today, if you think about it, it stands between 2 of the world's most critically important regions, the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic basin. And it's also this area where the Turkic world comes into contact with all of its neighbors, where the SCO and the CSTO come into contact with NATO. It's also where two game-changing, globally relevant connectivity projects blend into one another, the Middle Corridor and the Belt and Road region. And it's where a third sort of juts out, which is the international north-south transport corridor. And by the way, here Azerbaijan plays a unique role, right? There's this very famous quote by Zbigniew Brzezinski. He called Azerbaijan the cork in the bottle containing the riches of the Caspian Sea in Central Asia. And this basically means that Azerbaijan is indispensable to the fulfillment of the strategic ambitions of all of the external players, some of whom have been around for, as Ambassador Bryza said, 2-3 millennia. Now, grasping this indispensability argument really isn't rocket science. All you have to do is look at the map. Because if you want to go from Europe to Asia across land, or vice versa, you just can't get around Azerbaijan unless you want to go through sanctioned Russia or through sanctioned Iran. All right, so that's sort of the first characteristic, right? The geostrategic significance of this part of the world. The second is that the region as a whole is a strong, predictable, stable, reliable, and growing supplier of energy. In the previous panel, my friend Vasif Husseinov talked about Azerbaijan's role in supplying hydrocarbons, oil and gas. And that is still there, and there are some challenges to keep doing that or to keep expanding it that have been discussed. I won't go into it. But also, not just Azerbaijan, but the region as a whole has this potential to export electricity produced from wind and solar. Not because it's in a straightforward way economically viable, but because the main export market for this potential source of green energy, which is the European Union, seems to be ideologically committed to paying the highest prices on earth for electricity produced from renewables. And, you know, Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and Georgia and so on would be fools not to take advantage of that, let's call it, set of ideological circumstances. Now, the third characteristic is that this region is sort of anchored by sort of three keystone states, right? Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan. And none of these by itself are dominant. And none of them have an ambition to be dominant. But their combined centripetal weight provides an increasing sense of stability in this part of the world. And it also, and them working together, at least in concert, and in consultation with the other countries that belong to this part of the world, they set the tone and the pace and the scope of the overall agenda. All right, so the fourth characteristic is strategic transactionalism, right? What do I mean by this? I guess the best way I can illustrate this, there's a fellow named Evan Feigenbaum. Some of you know him. He's now something important at the Carnegie Institute of whatever it's called. And he has this wonderful phrase. He says, the preferred mathematical operations for countries like the ones that we're talking about now are addition and multiplication, not subtraction and division, right? Extract more from more. And this translates, in terms of policy, as receptivity towards all outsiders. The players that have been around, or the major powers that surround this part of the world that have been around and active for millennia, and new actors. But pay attention now, that this receptivity really doesn't come with a license for any of these outside powers to interfere or to try to reform or to try to transform or whatever. And that translates into all of the countries, but particularly the three keystone states that hold this region together. It translates into having an aversion to aligning primarily or exclusively with any one major power, right? And so we've heard this term, multi-vector foreign policy, and that's really what that means, right? None of the people who run any of these countries subscribe entirely to any outsider's vision of world order or accept any claims of primacy or international leadership or sphere of influence or whatever. Now, obviously, all of these external players, in one way or another, exert some influence and have some leverage, and that's never going to change. But my point is that developments in this part of the world, in the Silk Road region, are being driven less and less by the oftentimes competing norms and standards and rules and objectives and priorities of the major powers. And I think it's really important to understand that we really are probably for the first time in the history of the region in that kind of a situation. Now, none of the countries in this part of the world they're all non-Western, right? And this is obvious. But they're also not anti-Western. In fact, they're not anti-anyone. They're just pro-themselves, right? And that should resonate in Hungary, in Trump world, and in pretty much the rest of the world, right? The logical default position is to be pro-yourself. Everybody, and particularly the countries that we're talking about, they put their own countries first. They take their sovereignty seriously. For them, borders aren't just lines on a map. They're sovereign markers of territorial integrity and statehood. And they represent sort of an axiomatic basis of a country's identity and its architectonic definition of itself. And this really should resonate. Here I'm from Serbia, so it resonates in my country, and it resonates pretty much in the rest of the world, except, let's say, in points west of here. But that's another reason, and we can get into this later, why Hungary has been able to establish a special relationship with a lot of the countries that belong to the Silk Road region. The fifth characteristic that I want to talk about, and then I'll stop, is that no single country that belongs to the region dominates the region. You have an equilibrium of influence, both in the context of the countries that belong to the region and in the context of the major powers that surround it. And you have a general sort of intra-regional balance that's kept. And this is done in a very interesting and almost unique way through a combination of formal treaties and informal understandings. Now, what this means, amongst other things, is that there's no regional organization whose membership is made up exclusively of countries that belong to this part of the world. And there probably won't be for a while. Think of cooperation in the Silk Road region as like a bountiful buffet, as opposed to an overpriced set menu, right? We all just had lunch. So, what does that mean? What does a buffet look like? Well, a bunch of people decide or agree to sit down voluntarily to share a communal meal, but without having to all partake of the same foods and imbibe the same drinks, right? So in other words, to translate this into policy and to get out of the poetic stuff, when the interest of a critical number of countries that belong to this part of the world, when they align on a certain issue, then their leaders take whatever concerted action is necessary to put this alignment in place. And those are the sort of the five characteristics that I see leading the conversation and developments in this part of the world. And obviously, we can go into lots of detail on this and talk about specific achievements and accomplishments and so on. But at the end of the day, if the outside players that understand this, it seems to me, are the ones who are going to benefit the most. Ambassador Bryza said something that I like very much. It's about independence. But it's also, and what goes with independence is independent agency, right? And so all of the countries that belong to this part of the world are doing everything they can, everything in their power, working together, separately, forging different sets of alignments and whatever, to make sure that all of them end up becoming, as much as possible, subjects of international order, instead of remaining objects of great power rivalry. And this really is the first time in history that there's a strategic opportunity for that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Damian. So I think within your answer, in a way you also summarized what the multi-vector policy by itself means, which we can see in all three keystone states of the Silk Road region. So now I will ask a broader question for the whole panel and anyone who would love to answer. So the transportation corridors, they remain critical for the countries of the general Silk Road region, in particular for Central Asia to reach the more generally global markets, specifically here, if we mention Trans-Caspian corridor, for example, European and Gulf markets as well. And the Trans-Caspian corridor has been growing lately as the most safe and as Ambassador Braiza and Professor Damian has mentioned, the only uninterrupted and safe route linking Central Asia with the Western markets, particularly, but we can say with the global markets as well. In this case, given the some type of intent on signing an agreement for the Zangezur corridor that has been agreed in Washington, or with its new name, the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity, how do you think the Trans-Caspian corridor will change and what its importance will be for the global markets, specifically within the Western and Turkic trade engagement? Yes, please, Dr. Hasan Karasa.
Your question is too specific for me to answer, but I would like to add some comments because about 2 millennia ago, a man called Alexander the Great, by the way, this brilliant man on my left is called Iskender, right? It is one of the most popular names in Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, all over Central Asia, what we call Turkestan actually. And 2 millennia ago, he conquered half of the world, I mean all the known world, in less than a decade. I mean from Greece to Central Asia. And the last Alexandria he established is within the borders of Tajikistan right now, Alexandria Shate, the current Hojand or former Leninabad. So he established cities when he traveled to Central Asia and united Central Asia with the known world, with the known West. So, I mean, I don't believe in globalization, and because it was always there. So he globalized the world far before, when we tried to name it. Second thing is that many people are trying to find a name for the new great game. So, but when we talk about rare earth materials and, raw materials and the importance of energy, it sounds a lot of colonialistic approach to me, simply because what was the function of colonialism? What was the function of the colonies? I mean, to extract their raw material and use them as the markets. So we claim we will do both to Central Asia, and we call it as the integration of these regions into the global market economy. That's why I don't believe in multilateralism or trilateralism. It's also fabulous. I mean, the mix of geometry and strategy, the triangles and rectangles, etc. But the thing is that the Silk Road region is a historical reality. It's a paradigm. But before we are sorting out the bilateral problems, which includes border problems, minority problems, identity problems, we cannot achieve anything. I mean, even in the existence of a superpower like China or anybody else. So it doesn't matter how much we spend time on the table, I mean, drawing, corridors, just like the Chinese did. I mean, these are not the artificial things. I mean, there are the natural rules of economy, and I think Mr. Trump understands that far better than most of us. And I mean, the middle corridor, definitely middle corridor is great for Central Asia, for Europe, for Turkey, because it's shorter, it's safer, it's profitable, and it's going to be supported. Throughout history, all the travelers traveled to Central Asia and Turkey had come up with one single label for the politics of this region, pragmatism. That's what rules the Turkish foreign policy and the foreign policies of the Central Asian regions. By the way, what unites Central Asia and the Caucasus, Southern Caucasus, and Turkey in that respect, and the far cousins Hungarians, is the fact that we speak the same language. And most of us believe the same religion. And this region, Central Asia, was called as Turkestan, the Persian version of the land of the Turks, until 1924, when Stalin ordered that and banned the use of the name Turkestan. Northern Afghanistan was called as the South Turkestan in all British documents. And actually, throughout the 1990s, after the independences, the presidents of Central Asian countries met over 100 times within a decade. In different occasions, I mean, in Commonwealth of Independent States summits and all, but 12 times in 10 years, they met in the Central Asian summits, what they called. And for example, there was famous project of the Uzbek president, Islam Kerimov, Turkistan Ortak Evimiz, Turkestan Our Common Home. And throughout the 1990s, there was kind of a leadership competition between Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. And actually, there's interesting similarity between Hungary and the countries of Central Asia, because minorities in all neighboring states claiming, their rights. And for example, Uzbek minority in Tajikistan, in southern Kazakhstan, in eastern Turkmenistan, in southern Kyrgyzstan, and in northern Afghanistan. What you do with that? There are minorities, and you should treat them. But you are, at the same time, trying to establish a nation state. You are trying to construct a new identity. So bilateralism is much more important in order to sort out any kind of cooperation scheme for the future. For the corridor and for the Trans-Caspian, it has been debated since the beginning of 1990s. So it hasn't been much when Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan sorted out their problems over the sharing of the Caspian Sea borders. So, I mean, we are still at an early age to think about that, but most of the major obstacles before that has been sorted out, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to? Yeah. And thank you very much for the remarks, dear Dr. Hassan. Now I give the floor for Iskandar Akalbayev.
Well, thank you very much once again. And you mentioned I'm sitting on the left. I think actually I'm sitting on the far left, but I'm speaking about geography, not politics. Yeah.
Actually, you're on my far right.
So it depends on the perspective.
Everybody's aware.
Yeah, to be on the right side is the most important thing, I think. Well, thank you once again, and specifically speaking about the statistics when you're mentioning about the middle corridor, transit roads, and Trans-Caspian, it's very much important for Kazakhstan to be relevant on the global stage, and the middle corridors has become drastically important for our country. Because we just see the increase of transit volume from 1.7 to 2.7 actually tons of cargo transit roads through the middle corridor. And that was an untapped potential before. We didn't consider that. And we see that Kazakhstan has been always pragmatic, as you mentioned, in this respect, because we understand our geography and it's our destiny. We have 7,000 kilometers border with Russia. We have almost 2,000 kilometers border with China. We have great partners with our Central Asian neighbors, and we need to take into account the reality where we live in. And so that's why we have been pragmatic in balancing our trade relations, foreign policy, diplomacy, education system, energy system. So that was the main. But at the same time, we understand in order to make our multi-vector foreign policies much more sustainable in this very much turbulent times, so we need to have a much more smart diversification, and that is middle corridor. That leads to much bigger potential. But at the same time, we need to make our internal procedures much better. So it's custom, border, and that has improved. Before, to pass through one custom port to another, it took maybe 8 hours, to align that standards. Now I think it takes 30 minutes. So there is a big progress in that, and at the same time, I think it's a great opportunity for to do much more better PR from our side and invite European companies to explore the opportunities American Chamber of Commerce has actually launched a trade mission to Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Kazakhstan. So that's a great potential and maybe the guidebook, playbook for European companies that they can explore on the ground. I'm a true believer in a private-to-private business approach, as we did with the B5+1 inaugural summit in Washington, D.C. Last year, my company co-organized an event between Kazakhstani private industries and U.S. So we actually managed to had a great event with the World Bank, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, International Fragmentation Expo in New York, Silicon Valley. There's a great potential. We just need to highlight and show the potential, what we can do. And when we are mentioning actually about the transit, it's not just actually the hard logistics. It's also about digital corridors. And I think that's very much important because Hungary in itself is putting very big emphasis on the electrical vehicles. BYD has its own plant. Cattle has its own gigafactory here in Hungary. And just soon, maybe in 2 weeks, Kazakhstan, in Astana, there will be a digital bridge that will unite 1,500 companies, tech companies around the world. We see a big boost in that regard in the Central Asian general sense. Uzum, is, the e-commerce platform in Uzbekistan, went to IPO. It's now a unicorn. Kaspi Bank, now for its unicorns as well, for third consecutive year. It's a case study at the Harvard Business School, where the richest company, actually, the richest man in Kazakhstan now is not from the sphere of rare earths or oil sector. It's the owner of fintech bank. So you see how the dynamics has changed during the last 10 years, and that is a reality. We have Astana Hub that unites 1,500 tech companies, and just recently, you can Google the Higgs field AI has become a very big success story. It's a combination of AI and creativity. So when you're mentioning about Central Asia, it's not just about oil, rare earth metals. It's about tech-driven, innovative platforms. And at the same time, what's happening in Azerbaijan. There are so many great human capital and venture potential that can be actually utilized by joint venture in Europe, in Hungary itself. So it's also linked to what's happening in demography. Central Asia is population of Central Asia is more than 80 million people, and maybe 75% were born after the collapse of Soviet Union. So that's why I think when you mention about the demand, supply chain, trend routes, also about the demography of the demand, and just limiting to the final words, why we would like Central Asia to be pragmatic in our approach. Before, when we were speaking about geography, we're destined, our pipelines, transit roads were much more vertical than horizontal, from our local capitals going to Moscow. After the collapse of Soviet Union, that has started changing, and with the Belt and Road initiatives and other infrastructure investments, we started building our connectivity much more horizontal. Central Asia for 30 years was one of the least connected internal region, and that has changed dramatically. And that's why it's not only always linked to geography, geographical maps, but also mental maps. That's why with the independence, we have much more mental partners around the world. Before it was maybe in Moscow, but now together with Moscow, we have mental maps in Tokyo, South Korea, Seoul, Washington, Budapest, Brussels. So that's why I think that we need to explore much more about ourselves, about the culture, business opportunities, investment opportunities, tech, but we need to be on the ground, and our business community need to be on the ground here as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these very deep remarks, actually, much details. Thank you very much. I want to give also the floor for Carlos Ro, our visiting fellow.
Works? Yeah. Well, I'm the one with the least knowledge about Central Asia and the Silk Road region, so I'm a bit intimidated here, and half of what I do know I learned from Damian, so I'm in an interesting position here. But I'll just give my broad view of the situation, which is, now we're in an era of multipolarity, great power competition. However you define it, we're seeing de facto geopolitical blockism. which is leading to economic blockism. We see this in the terrors, the protectionism, sanctions, and in time, probably national capitalism, capital controls, so on and so forth. As a consequence, with this interesting dynamic where the great powers and their blocs, how you want to define them, have realized, oh, we need to diversify our supply chains, energy or otherwise, and we do so via new routes or different countries. And those countries themselves realize, actually, we benefit a lot from doing this because now we have more relations. So this is why I would say the Silk Road region and Central Asian states especially are in such a great position. They have energy in excess, which is the foundation of economic growth. They have rising demographics, which is one of the few regions in the world that does. Everyone wants to do business with them. And they have the geography between everyone. How this looks in practice is interesting if you actually chart things out. So, for example, Kazakhstan, not many people know this, but earlier this year was a strong delegation from Kazakhstan that went to Trieste in Italy. Why? Because Trieste is where people import a lot of the energy for Europe. So, for example, I want to say that I think it's 28%, you may know the numbers better than I do, of Kazakh oil goes to Trieste and therefore feeds Germany, Austria, and the region. Likewise, the Italians now have a strong investment via Eni in Kazakh energy, but also want to grow those relationships towards tech and other forms of investment. So this is an example, both geographically but also in business, how we're going to see increased relations from Europeans realizing actually we need more alternate energy sources and new areas of investment, and this is where we see in real time how it's playing out.
Thank you very much. Now linking, thank you very much. Now linking the details mentioned by Iskander and Carlos, I want to go maybe perhaps into the role of Hungary within this whole partnership, because in April of this year, the European Union became the strategic partner of Central Asia during the summit in Central Asia. But it's important within this context to mention that one member of the European Union, which is Hungary, has been a strategic partner with countries of the region already for a decade. And it is in fact now enhanced strategic and priority strategic partner with most of them. We can see Hungarian businesses operating in Central Asia, which has been very far region for Hungary, for European Union for a long time, but for Hungary, which Hungary already discovered. We can see OTP Bank in the streets of Tashkent, and this is the 5th largest bank in Uzbekistan. We can see different cooperation in agriculture, in water management sphere, in energy partnership, particularly, of course, if we talk about the region. So my question is, what can the European Union learn, and particularly in business relations, of course, and interstate relations from the partnership of Hungary with the Turkic states in general? Here I include Turkey, Azerbaijan, Central Asia.
Yeah,
Ambassador.
Sure. I'm no expert on the Hungarian investment in the region, but in terms of what the EU can learn, it can learn what didn't work. Its approach was really arrogant toward, let's say, Azerbaijan. 10, 15 years ago, European Union officials would come to Baku and say, let's build a partnership based on more for more. More for more. I remember President Aliyev saying, what the hell do you mean? More of what for what? And the response was, well, we'll give you more engagement with the European Union, as if that's an end in itself, if you do more to transform your political and economic systems the way we would like you to. To which the Azerbaijanis would reply, we don't want any of that more, we don't need it, and we don't want you to tell us how we should restructure. What we want is a real partnership, where you treat us as an equal. Okay, maybe we're not as big as you economically, but we want to be treated equally and with respect. And that's, thank you. And that's what Hungary can do. Hungary is not a behemoth like the European Commission, but a respectful country that is more than any other so embracing this idea of independence, as we've talked about the whole time here, and looking for smart investments. And by the way, MOL is a great company. I mean, they're a great energy investor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hassan?
Very short intervention, actually. What happened to EU? I mean, we very much wonder, I mean, in this last April, changed the 3 decades long Central Asia and Caucasus policy. Because before they used to come to the capitals and teach human rights, institutionalism and all other things, being very critical, and suddenly they decided to put 25 billion euros.
12 actually, over 10 years. So
over 10 years,
not...
but still, I mean, a huge kind of engagement. And a friend of mine who's also a professor of political science used to call European Union as the new Soviet Union and Brussels as the new Moscow, simply because hundreds of thousands of acquis communautaire is leading to another direction, and I'm happy about Hungarians. They are liberating themselves from the chains of Brussels in that respect.
Thank you very much. Professor Damian?
Thank you. So the question is, again, what can the EU learn from Hungary? And the short answer is everything. But the way to illustrate this, I think, is to just, again, to refer everybody to the map. So the European Union decided at some point a couple of years ago that they were going to engage in a strategic way into Central Asia. And that's nice. And that's probably in the interest of the European Union and all of its member states. But they forgot that between the borders of the European Union and Central Asia, you've got Turkey, you've got the South Caucasus, particularly Azerbaijan, in the context of this indispensability business that I was talking about, and you have to engage with particularly Turkey and Azerbaijan to get to Central Asia, because otherwise, all talk of global gateway is just a pipe dream. And the European Union managed to really mess up both of those relationships in almost a textbook way. And Hungary has been able to leverage the EU's screw-ups to further and deepen both of those relationships in almost a textbook way, as well as engage in a serious way with the Balkan countries that, are sort of between Hungary and Turkey, and continue to engage then, just again by following the map, with Central Asia, particularly with the 2 keystone states in Central Asia, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. My point is that if you look at the way that the people who make decisions in Hungary have approached this part of the world, they've done it in a way that actually can produce long-term sustainable strategic outcomes that really benefit everybody along the way. And if the European Union had been able to do that, then it would have been almost impossible for Hungary to take the lead. And they chose not to do that for more or less ideological reasons. And now, sooner or later, if Brussels wants to be a real player in this part of the world, it will be almost impossible to imagine that happening without Hungary playing a much greater role than it otherwise would have done.
Thank you very much. And Skander?
Yes. Just to follow up with what your European Union can learn from Hungary and Central Asia, I think at the same time what Central Asia can provide, this is also very much important stuff. Because Central Asia, I think, has come to a position, it's not just an object of international relations, but as a subject of international relations. Because we have a human capacity, human capital, intellectual capacity to frame our own narratives these days. I remember it was like 2021, me and my friend from Oxford, he's from Hong Kong, we actually framed and put an article on the Kazakhstan being medium state power, and actually we were writing about middle powers, the case study of Kazakhstan. And it was before the hype of middle powers that we have, or last year we started having. It was 2021, but that was a COVID time, so we didn't actually got too much attention in that respect. But what's more important that, speaking about Europe, what Europe can learn and what Europe can provide, I think it's also very much important for us, for Central Asians and for Azerbaijan or middle and small powers, to think what we can provide to European partners, to American partners, the partners in the ASEAN, to India, to write a clear cut playbook with the clear international standards for investment, for the energy cooperation, for the security. And this is where we actually can step up. And the most important thing is just to have much more interactions, professional task force on the level of expert, on the second track expert level, on the business-to-business level, on the university level. So through that different levels, through much more active engagement, we can actually create much more better understanding and avoid stereotypes and cliches about each other. And that's, I think, very much this event is a stepstone towards that direction. And thank you very much that you have Central Asia and Azerbaijan on the agenda. I think it's very much important.
Thank you very much for the remarkable, great words. Now, another question is, of course, the rare earth minerals. When we talk about the whole region, but particularly Central Asia, of course, which is one of the richest regions in the world with the critical rare earth minerals, and why critical rare earth minerals matter in Central Asia is also important because of the greater powers that surround them. Here, China, of course, and the system that's controlled by China, and it is within the interest of the West to get involved more, so China doesn't control more of the region. I will ask how Hungary since Hungary is such a pragmatic partner of the region, as where each interest of Hungary and the region are met within the cooperation, and it has built the trusted relations with the region, how Hungary can link the Western actors towards greater critical resource mining in Central Asia?
Kazakhstan, according to the latest data, has maybe 6% of global reserves of critical minerals. So it's quite big number. And out of 38 critical minerals list, we have 19, but still we have untapped potential. So I think that is very much important to create a joint ventures. First of all, as in 20th century, oil was one of the main assets, but in 21st century, besides oil, there is rare earth minerals. But we shouldn't do the mistakes of the past generations. We need not only be the resource base and just export raw materials, raw minerals to the established hubs. We need to create a joint refineries, processing plants, be it in Hungary, be it in Central Asia. Invite other partners who can be pragmatic enough to step up to this call and to expand that endeavor. Because if you look, you just rightly mentioned that China is one of the leading powers, and if you look at for example, the latest analysis of Goldman Sachs, they acknowledge that, and there was a big buzz, like how US is going to compete with China, specifically that China has a little bit upper hand in that regard. And I think those talks are very much important. It's up to not only to the government, but to the private enterprises. Hungary has quite successful business with Turkey, I think, here as well, in the joint, in the defense sector. So I think that can be applied for Central Asian companies just to create joint ventures. And Hungary is, I think, EV hub at some point for Europe. And that is very much applicable to Central Asia. So let's talk about that and can explore opportunities.
Yeah, thank you. And Ambassador
Sure.
Matthew.
Yeah, so not so much on rare earths. Yes, everybody strategically is fascinated by rare earths. We should be. But Central Asia also is an important production hub of commodities that are really important for global food security. So urea and sulfur as fertilizer imports and wheat in Kazakhstan. The middle corridor or the Trans-Caspian route is bottlenecked, to go back to your question earlier. There aren't enough ships. There needs to be more shipbuilding in the Caspian. Aren't enough rail cars. Ports generally are very inefficient. They need to be brought back up to speed. Need more highways as well. So there need to be alternatives. So one area I've been looking at for a while is a southern route for Central Asian commodities that are important for global food security. Sounds crazy, but by Afghanistan to Pakistan, and then to the Indian Ocean. you'd think that Afghanistan is impossible. Here's what you wouldn't think of, though, that things have changed in terrible ways under the Taliban, but one thing that has changed is corruption on road transport. In the old days, if you wanted to move a container across Afghanistan, you had to deal with so many warlords, and it cost a fortune. Now, because of the draconian nature of the Taliban regime, actually, my company, customs are easy. U.S. Treasury will give a license, and you can move some of these commodities through this corridor without theft. It's hard to believe, but I also know that Uzbekistan has a real interest in doing what it can to not de-isolate Afghanistan, but find a way for there to be some prosperity so that your southern border, Mr. Ambassador, isn't a nightmare forever. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan.
Afghanistan is extremely important for Devletabad gas reserves as well, because most of Turkmenistan gas relies in Devletabad, and Trans-Afghan pipeline project has been in the agenda for a long time, but of course realization is quite difficult. But when during the early 1990s, Western commentators and professors were commenting that the Central Asia is going to be the new Middle East. There will be wars, ethnic wars, religious wars, radicalism, etc. Central Asian countries galvanized their independence and worked with China. China already built more than 3,000 kilometers long pipelines from northern Kazakhstan, from Turkmenistan, and China has been the biggest actually consumer and the importer of the Central Asia's energy. So we are not discovering America right now. Actually, we are trying to compete with China in that respect. China has not only built pipelines, but also railroads, also highways. More than 2,000 kilometers long highways were built within Central Asia in that respect. So, for example, a Chinese professor had commented last year that, is Hungary the Trojan horse of Europe in Central Asia, or the Trojan horse of the Turkic world in the EU? So that's kind of an interesting question in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I would just one last question, and then we will wrap up. I want to ask it from you, Dr. Hassan Ali Karasar. So we know that there is a rapid rearmament of Europe, and Turkey is the second largest military of NATO. So I wanted to ask, and we know that there is already lots of promised funds towards Turkey within that process, but we know it will happen bilaterally. Not bilateral, but bilaterally between countries, but not between the European countries as EU and Turkey. So within this question, what role can Hungary play to attract greater arms trade between Europe's rearmament and Turkey?
Well, one of the major problems of EU, among many, and the lack of common foreign policy and lack of a common defense structure in that respect. So you put sanctions to everyone, but you don't provide any solutions to the countries about their defense needs and their, different kind of sensitivities, etc. Well, Turkey has been a net importer of arms until mid-1990s. Right now, it's a net exporter of arms in that respect. It's simply because the sanctions imposed first by the European Union, and then after that, in partial and different topics by the United States. So we built our own defense industry and became a net exporter of innovation, technology, and arms in that respect. And there's a very close cooperation between Turkey and Hungary in that respect. But it didn't start now. Actually, in 1924, in Ankara, a new capital of the Republic, was built, and the first hydroelectric dam, Çubuk Barrage, was built by the Hungarian engineers. So, there have been always, throughout the 20th century, everybody thinks that Turkey was a very loyal NATO ally. No, it was not the story. Turkey became a member of NATO in 1952, but the relations between NATO and Turkey, between US and Turkey, was always problematic. About Cyprus issue, about Marshall Aid, about Truman Doctrine. But that's why we develop in this part of the world, we diversify our resources and our allies, and we create a pragmatic foreign policy in that respect. Actually, Turkey started to import arms from the Soviet Union at the end of the 1970s. So, Turkey started to buy critical metals from 1968. Actually, between 1968 and 74, Soviet Union built the major industrial structures in Turkey, like steel factories, etc. Because in the Marshall Aid and the Truman Doctrine, Turkey was destined to become a farmland of the European continent. So Turkish politicians refused that, and they wanted to build an industry, and thanks to Soviet aid, and later on American and the European cooperation, Turkey has come to this thing. So we still continue to be pragmatic, and that's why, actually, when you moralize the foreign policy and the relations, you fail with Turkey, simply because, we give utmost importance to our national interest.
Thank you very much. I think these last two words were the amazing words, the national interest. That's the interest of Hungary and the Turkic world and Silk Road and the Silk Road region in general. Thank you very much, our dear audience. This was our Silk Road panel, and I give the word to Callum Nicholson, our research director. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the panel, and that was fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, we were going to have a keynote speaker, but actually we've had to make a slight change, and what we're going to do instead for 20 minutes is we're going to do a blatant pitch to everyone. We're just going to discuss for 20 minutes the Danube research papers and some of our recent papers that came out. We have some of the authors here. We were quite proud of what we've just done over the last few months, and so we thought we'd get them just on the panel. Sean Natoli, from our visiting fellows, and our Hungarian researchers, Daniel Farkas, Sean Natoli, Carlos Roa, myself, and we'll just have a discussion around just what we're doing with the Danube, some of the papers, why they're interesting, and you probably find copies of this around up there if you've not found them already. And then coffee breaks at 2 in 20 minutes. So we won't talk for very long, but hopefully it should be pretty interesting. We're doing interesting work. So, I should say someone take it away, but I guess that's me. All right, Etiqueta, good, right. Well, so, obviously the Danube Institute, some of you obviously are familiar with the Danube, some aren't, but what is the Danube Institute? Well, we're basically a center-right think tank trying to do some research and innovation, at least in part of what we do, into what would be a conservative frame of reference on any given issue, and also what would maybe be the Hungarian, or what does the world look like, if not through Hungarian eyes, but through the eyes of people based in Hungary. I myself came here 4 years ago, and something that was interesting coming to Hungary was, yes, I learned a lot about Hungary, but actually through comparison, I learned quite a lot about my own culture by that comparison. And so as a research exercise, it's been quite interesting, almost anthropologically, because things are seen here slightly differently. Anyway, so what we've done, at the Danube Institute, we do events. As you can see here, we do conferences. We have a fellowship program. We've currently got, I think, 23 fellows right now. From all over the world. You can throw a dart at a map, you'll hit a country at least next to somewhere that a fellow's come from. We do podcasts, videocasts, and we also do research papers. And we do research papers about the rate of 1 a week in the last 18 months or so, which sometimes we think is too many. But what we've done recently is we've put together a collection of some, and it's quite a broad range, actually, because we have everything in this book here, from a paper by Daniel and Adam Labor on Carlos the Jackal, who many people don't know lived in Budapest in the 1970s. Daniel can talk about that. Sean did a very interesting comparative paper of Hungary as the new Switzerland. Carlos may have been discussing that in the panel. He did a vast paper that took a huge amount of time, even simply to read. It was so long. But it was a wonderful paper on this idea of the Silk Road we've just been discussing. And I've got a paper in there, too, on climate change. But yeah, so grab a mic, Carlos, and what's your paper about?
Test. All right, good. Well, it's two things. One, just for brief context, I'm sorry I need to shill myself here. One of my lesser-known things was I was a former executive editor of the National Interest magazine, so I learned InDesign the hard way. So I was kind of guilty here for introducing the new format of the papers, and it seems to form the basis of all the new things happening. So I'm kind of proud of that, I'm sorry to say.
No, it's actually, I mean, yeah. We've changed the formatting on it. It sounds like an inside thing we're proud of. There's no reason why outside anyone reading it would think otherwise, but actually it's been quite a big change. So thank you.
So the concept of my paper, I think it requires a background explanation. Around September 2023, on the sidelines of the G20 in India, a bunch of countries got together and said, we're going to declare this new, wonderful international economic corridor, the India, Middle East, European Economic Corridor, or IMEC, which their usual G20 format, it sounds like a horrible acronym that no one uses, et cetera, but they still do. The general concept is, well, let's tie together the economies of India, the Middle East, and Europe. It's a lovely way that serves everyone's interests. The Indians diversify supply chains, which benefits the European market, which wants to cut off and diversify away from China. For the Middle Eastern states, new markets, new potential customers of energy, new interest in building their own economies. And for Europeans, diversifying away from China, new energy sources, so on and so forth. In the United States, new way to align everyone and place in the geopolitics of change geoeconomics. The problem is how to actualize this, especially since 1 month after the announcement of the whole thing, we had October 7th in Israel, and suddenly the whole Middle East kind of froze. So institutionally, it paused. Nonetheless, the whole Middle East crisis kind of highlighted why this is important, because suddenly you have Houthis blocking off the Red Sea, like, oh, wow, we actually would benefit from having diverse trade routes across the Middle East, from having an overland route from Dubai across Saudi Arabia to Israel, or now increasingly, potentially the Doman Road through Iraq to Turkey, or potentially Syria, since now it's opened up. And because of all these routes, the question is, okay, fine, this serves plenty of interest. The Indians send goods, go to the Middle East, et cetera, but where does it end up in Europe? And there's been this really fascinating, economic, diplomatic battle over who gets the most goods in Europe. The Greeks say, it has to go to Piraeus, clearly. Or Thessaloniki, since Piraeus is Chinese, partially owned. The French say, no, it has to be Marseille. Clearly, it's their clear interest here. And the Hungarians, since they put an investment in Trieste, say, well, Trieste, Italy, is also a very rational location since it feeds in Central Eastern Europe, and so on and so forth. So the paper is a way of saying, well, how we can benefit from this whole lovely arrangement, and here's how. And I dive into how to optimize the rail transportation from Trieste, how the airport in Hungary, which people don't know that, has seen enormous rises in cargo. Yeah. Like it used to be 200,000 tons a year or so, now it's 300, next year will be 400, and so on and so forth.
I mean, this speaks to one of the things with the Danube Institute. I think with any think tank, you got to think, who's the audience for what we write, and what is, as they say in sales, what's our unique selling point? What are we offering that's different from other think tanks that might be competing for the same audience? And I think what we have is kind of the view from the Danube, in a sense. We have a particular perspective, not necessarily the Hungarian perspective, but people like Carlos who've worked in the region. If you spend time, I think Sean's had this experience, I've had this experience, you spend time somewhere long enough, and you begin to see how the world looks through that frame of reference, from that vantage point. And that's kind of valid, because it seems to me that one of the challenges we have, and here we are speaking in English, there's been a lot of Americans at this conference, the audience for this will mostly be English speaking. The problem with the Anglosphere, in my view, is that we have such a dominant culture globally for interesting historical reasons, that sometimes we lack the curiosity, the curiosity to imagine the world through different eyes, and to even recognize that other nations perhaps see the world through different eyes with geopolitical implications. And so the question, I think, if we can offer a slightly different way of looking at problems. So, for instance, we also did a paper that's not in this book after Trump made his famous Gaza statement. But it was saying it was a kind of, people took it seriously or they thought it was a joke. But if you're a small Central European nation and something like that is said, it has implications potentially for, say, migration and among other things. So what is not just the optics, but what are the strategic implications of anything happening, like what Trump was suggesting? I mean, who knows if he was serious? But what are the implications from a country in the position like Hungary is? So we wrote a paper on that, for instance. Sean, so you wrote on Switzerland. Why?
Because
Switzerland and Hungary, I should say.
Well, so to give a further background, before I joined the Trump campaign, I used to work for an NGO called IRI, the International Republican Institute. It's funded by the National Endowment of Democracy, USAID, and there was clearly, at my time there, sort of everyone was saying, oh, woe is me because of Hungary and Hungary's sort of connectivity strategy. I'm a guy that when I look at things, I say there's opportunity in everything. And so I looked at the Hungarian connectivity strategy and I said, how can we make this work for America? I did historical research and I found that we had problems with Switzerland, not unlike that there have been problems that we've claimed to have with Hungary today. And despite those problems, Switzerland became an invaluable partner with the United States. I mean, Switzerland has helped maintain the peace with North Korea, have helped us with our diplomacy with Iran, with even China. And I say, what opportunities are there with Hungary? You know, back in the day, Switzerland, you were trading, uranium and other nuclear materials to the Soviet Union. People back in the day saying Switzerland is an existential threat to the United States. We need to stop them. We were able to come to an agreement, the Hart-Linder Agreement, and the Swiss played an invaluable role in our diplomacy with the Soviet Union and our strategy and containment. I mean, if it weren't for Swiss diplomats in Havana, who knows what would have happened during the Cuban Missile Crisis. They were the main mode of communication between Moscow and Washington, D.C. at a time when it was most critical. So I take a look at the Hungarian strategy of connectivity, and I try to find the ways that America can use it to its advantage to make diplomatic gains in the East, namely with China. I think it's no secret that our relations with the East, such as China, have kind of gone to an all-time low, and we do need a way to find a way to balance our relationships. And I think we can use Hungary not as the primary, vehicle for it, but Hungary can be another tool in our diplomatic toolkit to help us with our relationship with the East. And that's sort of the whole gist of the paper.
When you say we, you mean the Americans as an American, yeah.
Well, yes, the Americans, the West.
Yeah, thanks. And Daniel, so Daniel's on the Hungarian side of the research department, and he's been with us for a couple of years. Started off as an intern, is that right? Yeah. And now a senior researcher in the department, rapid rise through the ranks. And he wrote a lot on South American politics, wrote some really good pieces on El Salvador and Bukele, really interesting pieces actually on that. And you have a very interesting narrative way of writing, and he did this great piece on Carlos the Jackal. And I had no idea. I thought the only Carlos ever to pass mysteriously through Budapest was Carlos Roa. But actually it's also Carlos the Jackal, the second most important. So tell us about the second most important Carlos.
Yeah, so my paper was a new approach to a moderately well-known topic in Hungarian history. That is Carlos the Jackal's stay in Budapest between 1979 and 1985, concentrating especially on his expulsion. So the main title of our paper with Adam Lebor is Chasing Out Carlos the Jackal. So we found new documents in the archive of the Hungarian Foreign Ministry and the UK National Archives that delineates these negotiations, but generally we felt that it's important to tell this story again because it really speaks about what the Hungarian society in general and what the Hungarian state looked like before the system transition, and this point of time when the later ambassador Mark Palmer and the Hungarians negotiate how to chase out Carlos the Jackal from Budapest and why. I think it was really enlightening topic for basically showing a piece of Hungarian history, what are our past and what are the historical precedents for Hungary as it is today.
And I just realized something that, I mean, you co-authored it, you were the lead author, but Adam Labor worked on you with the paper, worked with you on the paper. And Adam Labor is the deputy head of research here. Many of you know him, he's a prolific novelist and writer. I don't know how he cracks them out so often, but his next book's actually called The Promised Land. It's going to be a history of Israel. But he did a history of Budapest called Last Days in Budapest, and it's a history of early 20th century Budapest. It came out a few months ago. Just been nominated yesterday for some prize, a big prize, I think. Anyway, so his book the way he does these books is very interesting because he tells the history of a place, say Budapest, through interweaving biographies of some key characters. So he has a very character-driven history. And he's going to do the same, I think, with Israel. But I've just realized that the Carlos the Jackal paper basically adopts that. You're telling the history of pre-transition Hungary through the story of one quite prominent, quite colorful character.
Yes, it is. It is. So we've tried to offer a glimpse of how Budapest may have looked like in that early 80s year. I wasn't alive then, and as far as I know, Adam haven't traveled yet behind the Iron Curtain. But we still try to offer a glimpse of these parallel worlds of the hard currency nightlife, the West German and Western tourists, and obviously a lot of different militants from Palestinians, South Africans, and Carlos.
Yeah. And actually, I just say Adam's just walked in. Adam, if you actually want to join us for 2 minutes, you're welcome to. But we were just, I was just promoting your book to everyone, so you're welcome to join us. It's Adam Labor. And just, I said, just nominated for a prize, a couple of days. Which prize was it?
The Baillie Gifford.
Baillie Gifford. So congratulations. The a great Scottish investment bank, isn't it? Yeah. Yes. And so another paper in the collection was actually my one, which was on called what was it called again? It was called Understanding Climate Change Beyond the Culture War. And my basic point is that if you look at discussions of climate change, it's very polarized politically and simplifying, but roughly it's like this. On the one hand, you have the kind of climate activist side who say there's a consensus, there's no questions around climate. And the other side, you have the more conservative side, which tends to say the science is fake or it's wrong or something. And they're accused sometimes of being climate deniers. The problem is, no, they're accused of being. But the point is that my point is, though, that I think on the so-called denier side, I think there is some naivety about the science. The science of climate change is actually reasonably good. But my point is that on the activist side, there's an equal, if opposite, naivety about the social science. Because why do we care about climate? We care because we assume two things, that it'll have a social impact that'll be negative, a societal impact that'll be negative. But that presumes we understand what society is, what it ought to be, what its internal mechanisms of change are, and how it relates to external, extra societal factors like climate. But so if we understood what society is and what it ought to be, we wouldn't have been debating philosophy for the last 2,500 years, because all of Western philosophy, at least, is asking what is and what ought to be the case, and what's our relationship to those questions. So the problem is, I think the so-called denier side do have too little faith in the science, but I think the activist side have too much faith in the social science. And they're opposite, but I think symmetrical problems. So my sort of tagline for this is that, yes, the climate debate is informed by a rich understanding of the science, but it is as if not more informed by an impoverished understanding of ourselves. And so I think my sense is that the way we talk about climate change, that isn't just reduced to this very, increasingly very partisan political view, where we try and find some common ground, is to say, let's agree on the science, even just for the sake of argument, but let's have a real robust debate about the social science, which is ultimately about the policy, which is what matters. Because that's where the negative implications will come, is if we start bringing in net zero policies and changing society. So in a sense, even if the science is bad, let's just assume for the sake it's good. The question is about what you do about that, and one does not logically lead to the other. So it was an attempt in my paper to kind of get past some of the more rhetorical elements of it. But we're a bit short of time because I don't want to hold you up from coffee. But I think what we try and do with the Danube papers and the Danube Institute is to look at, with a lot of our papers, take Carlos's in particular, is to, sometimes it's not so much about even bringing new knowledge. You know, like I don't think tanks are academic institutes. Our job isn't just necessarily to generate new knowledge, though Daniel has done a lot of digging in the archives. That was pretty original. But I do think what the job is of a think tank to do is to give a new way of looking at things, just a new aspect on something. So it's almost to help us see for the first time what we've always been looking at. And so much of it's about the frame of reference. It's the assumptions you make. So what would the world look like if you have a set of conservative assumptions, for instance? And I guess the last point I make on this is that, you know, if you look at a lot of public policy discussions, implied in how they're discussed in the mainstream culture tends to be a set of assumptions about, again, how the world is and how society is and how both ought to be, which are loaded politically, but they're the waters we swim in, so we don't think of them as political, and we don't even see them. It's like there's a great joke by Foster Wallace. He gave a speech once, and he tells this joke about fish, and these two fish swimming in, presumably, I don't know, the Danube, and the young fish, and an older fish swims past, and the older fish says, "Hey, boys, how's the water?" And they swim on, and after a minute, one turns to the other and goes, "What's water?" And it's like a fish doesn't know what water is. And so much of the culture, we don't see the culture because it's ambient, right? And so the question would be, how do you construct a frame of reference that has conservative assumptions to allow people who may be conservative or perhaps not simply progressive leftists, how can they talk on things without doing so on taking into account or on the frame of reference with which they disagree? How do you actually reclaim that frame of reference? It's not so much a battle over the facts, it's a battle over how you approach the facts. So here what we're trying to do is really be a research and innovation in the research department, in our department. We're trying to do research and innovation into what would a conservative frame of reference be to allow us to tell stories from a different vantage point. And that's what we've tried to put together as a sample. And this, we're running out of time. I've talked too much. That's not new though. And, but Adam, you've got any final words?
I think one of the things that I hope we can do with our papers is provide insight into current geopolitical and strategic and domestic and foreign policy questions for Hungary and the region, but also sometimes surprise you. So I think the surprise in that, on our first volume, is the paper that Daniel and I wrote about Carlos the Jackal, because you think, Carlos lived in Budapest 6 years. Which bars did he go to? Where did he hang out? Where did he crash his car? Where was he shot at by the German intelligence service, by the Hungarian intelligence service, pretending to be Germans? It's all in there. You can retrace his footsteps. So sometimes it's just fun to go a bit left field, but also there's a serious point to it, because through the mechanism of Carlos, we're telling the story of how Hungary was in the Soviet bloc, and he was here because Moscow said, "You're having him." And the Hungarians didn't really want him, because what use is he? He's just trouble. But they didn't have the power to say no until the Cold War changed, and eventually in '86, when they threw him out, Glasnost was coming, the whole geopolitical situation was changing. The Hungarian communists realized that the game was up and they had to reorient themselves, and they said, "Don't care, he's out now." So that was a means of expressing Hungarian sovereignty as a time of great flux. So through this quirky story, and there's quite a good series about him on Netflix you can watch if you like, we're telling a broader story that actually has relevance as well.
Thanks, Adam. So those are the things we're doing in the department, and if any of you want to see the papers, they come out, we hope, every week. I mean, when they come out is sometimes a little bit depending on how much formatting we're doing, but we're working on it, and we're getting it more regular, and it's a great team. We've got a bunch of fellas here. There's Peter, Hugo, Marcus, and a bunch of other guys around here somewhere. What was that, Peter? Substack. Oh, yeah, that's very important, and I have to do this. We've just started, 2 weeks ago, a Substack called Based in Budapest. If you don't know, yeah, it means both things. It's based can mean like we're based here, but also it's kind of based means kind of conservative, I suppose. And so Based in Budapest is just if you look it up on Substack, if you see a QR code anywhere in the building, it'll take you to the Substack. We did it 2 weeks ago. We got about 400 followers now, thereabouts. And the purpose of it is to be a newsletter for the conservative community here in Budapest, whether they're here or you're coming, or indeed you've left and miss it, because obviously you would. You can look at the Substack and see who's arriving, who's leaving, what's happening, A couple of selected articles that we find interesting, our new research papers, but also the other institutes, the other bits of the community here, what films are on in town. And if you read at the bottom, you'll learn the newest Hungarian idiom that at least one of us has learned that week, which is often, Hungarian idioms are great. If you translate them, they're fantastic. So, all right, so that's us from the Danube Institute Research Department. Thank you very much, and yeah. Okay, well, welcome back for this final panel here at the Danube Institute 5th Geopolitical Summit, the 8th panel of the 2 days. This panel is again on the Turkic, on the Central Asian region, and its title is The Emerging Turkic Economic Space, Mining the Future, Forging New Dependencies. And we're very honored to have as our keynote speaker for this panel the ambassador and executive director of the Organization of Turkic States of their office in Budapest, Balázs Hendrik. Mr. Hendrik.
Thank you. It's always fascinating to restart, let's say, the very last panel. It's even better than speaking after lunch. So, take your seats. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my grateful thanks for John and Melissa, especially, and as well as of the staff of Danube Institute for the exceptionally high-quality events organized year after year. It's my first time here, so it's very happy, let's say, to be invited. Also, a couple of months ago, I make a test run as a panelist in one of another Danube Institute organization, so it seems like I passed at least the first stage. So I'm really starting to feel home here. Well, when thinking about the status of the Turkic countries of the Silk Road region as a geo-economic force and assessing the possibility of the emergence of a Turkic-dominated new economic space, the main feature to be taken into consideration appears in geographical, geostrategical, demographic, and economic dimensions. In terms of the Turkic world, the key factors structuring the possible outcomes, and as reflected in the relevant discourse, may refer to the region's location along the ancient Silk Road, encompassing the very heart of the Trans-Caspian international transport route, commonly known as the Middle Corridor, and therefore offering an alternative to east-west trade routes between China and Europe, bypassing Russia and Iran. The region, covering 4.5 million square kilometers, is also home to 175 million people with a median age around 26, 27 years old, compared to that with the 44 plus in the EU, like myself. The steadily increasing population and the remarkable economic performance in 2024 aggregate GDP of the OTS countries was around $2 trillion, rendered this growing consumer market attractive for trade and investment opportunities. Being a rich repository of strategic natural resources, such as energy carriers, primary fossil, but with growing interest in renewables as well, critical minerals and rare earth metals, and striving for a hub status in international, irregional, and global trade and energy networks. The Turkish states are no longer merely a transit corridor, but emerging new centers of economic gravity. The increasing global demand for the mentioned resources places the Turkic world at the center of global competition. Notwithstanding the impressive parameters, one should always take into account the context of the current geopolitical landscape, the geostrategical interest and targeted activities of the players involved in the, let's say, new edition of the so-called Great Game, the quest for Central Asia in the 19th century between Russia and British empires, that was the Great Game, a backdrop against which a correct evaluation can only be made. The list of actors naturally includes the Turkic states, just be polite in alphabetical order, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkey, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, which, in addition to pursuing their own agendas, are also well aware of the truth in President Erdogan's famous slogan, "Together we are stronger." And to this end, established the Organization of Turkic States, former name Turkic Council, to harmonize and integrate their policies and efforts at this moment in 30 cooperation areas. I think this 30 is even, let's say, the underestimate. There are getting closer to the 40 cooperation areas. Just to mention one recent development demonstrating sensitivity to the real challenges, the first meeting of the head of defense industry institutions of the OTS was convened on the 23rd July 2025 in Istanbul, IDEF, very famous defense exhibition. It goes without saying that the launch of a multilateral defense industry cooperation platform would not leave untouched the status of existing Eurasian security framework. The Collective Security Treaty Organization or the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and could reinforce Turkey's position as a regional power based on its remarkable military industry. At the same time, the past, present, and wanna remain future regional and global powers also recognize the critical role of the region as a complex and interconnected resource hub, and their ever-increasing presence has been more and more noticeable in the recent decade. Besides Russia, which is still unmissable, I would count also China, the US, and the somewhat belatedly awakening EU to the pool. In the following, I would like to elaborate on certain aspects of this broadly outlined tableau. No one should expect grand revolutions, but I hope that the issues raised will provide sufficient initiative for the distinguished panelists to reflect on and dig deeper into them. In an era enhanced by corridors, let me begin with the frequently mentioned revival of the Silk Road under the name of the Middle Corridor, a trade and transport route stretching from China through Central Asia and across the Caspian Sea to the South Caucasus and onward to Turkey and Europe. The prospective advantage of this new artery is deemed to be one of the main drivers of a renewed interest of economical and political strategists in the region, and especially after the outbreak of the Russian-Ukrainian war. The value of the Middle Corridor lies in the possibility of replacing the unstable and unwanted northern route via Russia, in the multimodality of transport channels, rail, sea, road, as a natural attractor for value-added logistic investments, in the potential of becoming an energy corridor as well. Think of the enormous natural gas reserve of Turkmenistan, for example. And on a global scale, it may rearrange the default commodity flow lines, diversify energy supply routes, and reduce dependence on the existing bottlenecks. If we take a passing glance on the key indicators for an international transport corridor, the latest figures are promising. Within the Turkic world, the total trade volume is growing fast. Between 2012 and 2023, the annual average compound growth rate was 4%. The traffic volume development also seems to underpin favorable expectations. The volume of goods transported along the corridor reached 4.5 million tons in 2024, 62% increase compared to previous year. Moreover, governments of the Turkic states and the OTS itself are also working to upgrade existing infrastructure, integrate the various networks together, and promote already growing regional value chains. In this respect, I would highlight first the role of Turkey, not only for having the largest economy among the Turkic nations, but also a prominent investor and logistic hub along the Middle Corridor. Besides the Baku-Tbilisi-Kars railway operation since 2017, let me draw your attention to the groundbreaking railway investment attached to the famous Zangezur corridor, the corridor connecting Azerbaijan and its Nakhichevan enclave, the only rupture in the geographically continuum of the Turkic lands from China to Europe. The construction of the 224-kilometer-long Kars-Igdir-Alalik-Dilucu railway line, a long double-track system with electrification and signaling infrastructure with €2.4 billion in funding has started in recent days. The new line is designed to carry 5.5 million passengers, 15 million tons of freight annually, and is expected to strengthen Turkey's position in the East-West trade, transport, and energy axis by becoming a hub for energy and freight transfer, as well as reshape Euro-Asia's geostrategic landscape and redesign regional competition. At the other end of the line, under construction, Azerbaijan entered the scene with increasingly bold steps. Being recently integrated into Western value chains and having decoupled from Russia's transit routes, Baku is certainly one of the beneficiaries of the EU's Russian fossil fuel exit. Ongoing projects like the large-scale extension of the Baku International Sea Trade Port in Alat and the Adjustment-Free Economic Zone, a key link on trans-Caspian maritime routes between Central Asia and the Caucasus, are setting new standards for multimodal connectivity. Furthermore, Azerbaijan investment in green logistics, green energy corridor as we call it, and the strategic approach to combine two intercontinental transport routes, the east-west and the north-south corridor, will definitely make Azerbaijan even more competitive and strengthen the country's status as an Eurasian transit hub. At the same time, Central Asia Turkic states are also contributing to the success of the Middle Corridor. Kazakhstan, as a bedrock of the corridor, upgrades its railway system and ports, Aktau and Kurik. Uzbekistan champions regional integration, modernizes customs systems, and invests in logistic zones, while Kyrgyzstan geographically positioning and is participating in the China-Kyrgyzstan-Uzbekistan railway enhance north-south complementary. Turkmenistan, with its Caspian seaports and neutral diplomacy, could be a valuable transit and energy partner. Despite all these efforts, the rendering of the corridor into a reliable trade route that can compete with the maritime options is still pending and conditional upon effective large-scale international cooperation and institutional funding. As for the latest, the OTS is an eminent platform for coordinating integrative aspiration to transform the Turkic world into a dynamic economic region. However, a more comprehensive approach is needed to overcome too many challenges and deficiencies. Among the shortcomings we can enumerate: inadequacy of infrastructure, capacity constraints, outdated equipment, poor operational efficiency, logistics-related problems, combining different multimodal transport systems causes high transloading and waiting time, congestions, partly due to the lack of harmonized and standardized regulations, unified monitoring system and digitalization in its infancy, paper-based administration and custom processes at border crossing are slow. One crossing takes average 3 days, unfortunately. All this leads to a reduced competitiveness. China to Europe via Middle Corridor takes significantly longer than via the northern route through Russia. Different estimates vary between 4-5 days and the 3-4 difference, and sets high costs compared to transport via the southern maritime corridor. If we add the environmental challenges causing the Caspian Sea shrink, the forging of the corridor project, such as the IMEC, the enhancement of the efficiency of the Middle Corridor, that is significant investment in infrastructure, streamlining custom procedures, harmonization and simplification of regulations, and reducing costs are inevitable in order to realize that the yet untapped potential that still lies in. The good news is that the know-how and the proposals are already on the table, including, for example, the fascinating idea put forward by colleagues of the Danube Institute regarding the establishment of the Trans-Caspian Development Bank, a dedicated institution to financing the necessary large-scale transformative projects. Among the potential individual organization stakeholders, I would highlight the position of China, the US, and the EU. China's intentions are well defined and the strategic framework is already set. Besides the related but somewhat broader Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Belt and Road Initiative, launched in 2013, aims to connecting Asia and Europe through infrastructure investment and trade agreements, as well as securing access to critical resources available in Central Asia. The investment in railways, pipelines and ports across the Silk Road region have already made China a key player in the Middle Corridor, successfully bypassing of the controlling dominance of the US in maritime and Russia in Eurasia land-based trade via the development of the Middle Corridor under Chinese control would be a result in a significant realignment of the position in the geopolitical game as well. As regards to the US, the long-neglected broader Turkic world appeared on the radar in the late USSR period after the dissolution of it, but the US engagement has become more pronounced in recent years in the context of global power competition with China and Russia. The main focus area are security policy and energy issues, but some initiatives like the C5+1 regional diplomatic platform since 2015 and the more recent Blue Dot Network or the steadily growing Trade Turnover and Prospective Cooperation Project with, for example, Uzbekistan, the significant presence of leading US companies in Kazakh energy sector, all points toward the recognition of the Silk Road region's strategic importance. The intention of the US to counterbalance China's BRI and Russia's influence derived from the Soviet legacy by promoting energy independence, infrastructure expansion, secure supply chains, and ultimately and independently Central Asia with open markets, naturally coincides with the explicitly pursued multi-vector foreign policy doctrine of the individual states, most notably Kazakhstan. For Europe, the most important challenge seems to be integrating the already existing but fragmented initiatives into a comprehensive and unified strategy targeting the Turkic states as a whole. A comprehensive regional approach is all the more desirable for the Turkic region, can play a crucial role in the security of Europe's energy supply as well. Consider alternative energy routes like the Southern Gas Corridor, which export gas from Azerbaijan Shah-Deniz field, or the encouraging of Turkmenistan to become part of the Southern Corridor in the future. In this regard, the EU faces intense financial competition, as Gulf states and China often provide faster and less conditional capital. Potential renewable energy cooperation between Europe and Turkic states, such as solar energy from Azerbaijan via the prospective Green Energy Corridor, are also coincides with the EU's goals energy diversification. Instead of or besides diverse bilateral frameworks, a direct and the shadow of the war of Ukraine, undoubted vital connection to the strategic reservoirs, logistics networks and dynamic markets of the Silk Road region would be in the EU's eminent interest. One way to build a relationship based on not on lecturing, but on the principles of mutual respect and on a pragmatic approach could be the link and overlap the Middle Corridor and the Global Gateway Initiative. The launching of a package of 12 billion euro for investments towards sustainable transport connectivity in Central Asia seems like a good start. Everyone is waiting for tangible results. However, the EU's neglection of the OTS, which has also identified the Middle Corridor as a flagship initiative, and the imposition of necessary information capabilities and institutional infrastructure, represents most of the nations along the Middle Corridor, does not constitute a wise and discerning policy. In this regard, and as a kind of concluding lesson, the case of Hungary deserves our attention. I guess that in this club it is not necessary to reiterate the oft-repeated and well-known fact about the connectivity strategy and the policy of global and within that Eastern opening. Neither do I want to dwell too much on the bridge metaphor attributed to Hungary as a natural point of connection between European markets and the Turkic countries. The point is that Hungary was among the first in Europe to recognize the strategic potential of the Turkic world and institutionalize this recognition, perhaps most notably through the accession to the OTS as an observer member in 2018. Since then, Hungary has supported and joined numerous initiatives. Let me now just mention the Turkic Investment Fund or our Drought Prevention Institute operating under the supervision of our representation office of the OTS in Budapest. The aims and scope of these two instruments can easily be aligned with other items high on the mainstream international agenda, namely the climate change and related existential challenges. There is much more than meets the eye, not just corridors. And beyond economics, Hungary is also an important partner in education and cultural cooperation via scholarship programs. Last year, more than 5,000 students applied for admission to Hungarian universities from Turkic countries via the Stipendium Hungaricum program, funded by the Hungarian government in 2013. The accession of several Hungarian universities to the Turkic University Union is also on the agenda, and the establishment of a Hungarian Turkic Research and Development Fund is under preparation. Such initiatives undoubtedly offer new opportunities for academic collaboration, mobility, and knowledge exchange, which are by no means negligible factors in deepening economic interconnections. The unique history and cultural ties and tightening multiple entanglements, along with the vast experience, sensitivity, understanding, and above all, respect-based attitude for the Turkic world would make Hungary also worthy of being listened to in relation to the topic of our panel, the emerging Turkic economic space as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opening keynote. And I believe you have to leave quite quickly, is that correct? So thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it. So we're now going to turn to the panel, pivoting off the keynote we just heard, the closing panel of this conference. And again, the title, as you can see on the screen, The Emerging Turkic Economic Space, Mining the Future, Forging New Dependencies. And today we have on to serve on this panel, we have the former Economic Council and Crisis Committee Chair of the British Embassy in Moscow and a non-resident fellow at the Quincy Institute, Ian Proud. We have that's fine, you can clap, that's fine. We have the Chief Research Fellow at the Institute for Advanced International Studies, Yıldız Kon İmamova. And we have the Chief Advisor and Senior Research Fellow of the Hungarian Institute of Foreign Affairs, or MKI, as we know it around here, Laszlo Vasha. And last but not least, moderator today, my colleague here at the Danube Institute, our Head of Communications and also Chief Editor of the Hungarian Conservative, among many other hats, Zsofi Bodyracs. Thank you.
Thank you, Callum, and thank you for hanging in with us until this point. We are embarking on a very dangerous journey, which is being the last panel. There's dinner after, and you've been here for 2 days, but we really appreciate you staying here with us. We promise to keep this very exciting and quick and wit. So I'm not going to introduce you because we've just been introduced, so names, titles, all clear. But our topic for today is none else than the energy security and the future of the Turkic world. And if you don't mind, we would just start with a quick general question, like a warm-up question, and then we can get into more personalized questions and more details. So what we hear discussion about these days is how the Turkic world is kind of shifting from the periphery to the middle and to the center of the attention of geopolitics and especially the economic sphere of geopolitics. Ian, you've had quite a lot of experience on this field. You've been working in Russia for 5 years. So 4 or 5 years. After seeing how the whole energy security question is being dealt with and seeing what is the Russian way to do that, what do you think is the biggest threat or maybe challenge for the Turkic world when it comes to energy security?
Thanks very much. Thanks for the invitation and the introduction. So I don't actually see a direct threat from Russian supply to how energy supply, both east and west, within the Turkish world is actually starting to unfold, at the current time. I mean, certainly when you look at China, when I arrived in Moscow in 2014, one of the first things they did was dispatch me to Beijing to check out Putin's pivot to China, because people in London were really worried about what the hell was going on, there. And of course, we've seen, since that time, the massive increase in Russian supplies of gas and other natural resources to China. But what's clear to me from speaking to Chinese interlocutors at that time was that actually, they saw Russia as only one of a broad basket of supplies for their energy needs. Russia's economy is like 10% that of China's economy and so on. If you look then at the Turkish world, one of the exciting things I think about it, not just from an energy supply, but from a broader sort of macroeconomic and political perspective, is that it is an equal counterweight, to Russia in economic size and weight, in its availability of natural resources and so on. So it can be of equal value as Russia to, for example, China, as a future supplier of energy. And of course, Turkmenistan has been supplying China for some time. Azerbaijan has recently sort of started to fix agreements to supply China with gas. Too. The big question for me is how that interrelates with Europe in terms of energy supply. Having listened to my former colleague and actually boss, David Frost's talk earlier today. He was at the Foreign Office before he got made a lord. That might not happen to me, but that's another question. what he said was that, the crisis facing Europe right now is a lack of supply, energy supply, and that's something that obviously the Turkish world can help to address, through increasing supplies, via Turkey and so on. But the constraint right now is actually one of volume, because if you look at, for example, the sort of Turk Stream route and that route into Europe, from Turkey, it's much, much smaller than the previously available routes of gas supply from Russia, into Europe. I think before the war started, the potential available supply of gas from Russia into Europe was about 185 BCM per year. At the moment, via Turkey, it's still only about 34 BCM per year. So there's a big infrastructure question there, actually, for the Turkish states. But I don't actually see any direct competition. The Europeans have, cut off their noses to spite their face by cutting off all energy, from Russia. I don't see that Putin would necessarily see a threat from Turkish supply. In fact, he's taken advantage of that by using Turk Stream himself to sort of back route sort of gas into Europe. So I don't really see them really as competitors in that sense. Certainly when you look at the customers, China, and Europe.
So do you consider this whole transformation more of an opportunity or more of a risk?
I think it's a massive opportunity, actually. But when I first visited Uzbekistan, I was sent out to Uzbekistan to see what was going on there too, economically. At that time, this was before Islam Karimov had passed. Back in 2016, it's quite a closed country, if I may say so. Since the change of President Mirziyoyev, there's been a massive acceleration to kind of catch up, if you like, with the kind of levels of economic development that you've seen in sort of Kazakhstan. So I think that's been a fantastically exciting initiative. Azerbaijan has gone from strength to strength. Turkey has finally kind of accepted the fact that it's never going to be allowed to join the European Union. I think that's something that's probably obvious for decades, anyway. But certainly with the decision in 2019 to suspend negotiations, that creates fantastic opportunity, I think, for the whole economic, social and cultural collaboration, which actually made the European Union a success in the kind of 3 or 4 decades before it started to get too political in its orientation, if that makes sense. So I think actually if you look at, if you compare the organisation, the Association of Turkish States with, for example, ASEAN, you look at, I served in Thailand as well for 4.5 years at the embassy there, and actually the huge difference between sort of ASEAN, which actually is thriving, by the way, and the Organisation of Turkish States, is that actually, that there's far less of a cultural difference between the states, far less of a political difference between the states within the sort of Turkish sort of area. Economically, they're much more close in terms of levels of economic development. The availability of natural resources is much higher, although Indonesia, of course, is quite rich in natural resources itself. So its advantages, if you compare it with ASEAN, are on paper at least, much stronger. And there's a huge, I think, quite significant foundation there for future growth, so long as it doesn't involve itself in any sort of political entanglements in some sort of pick and choose between Europe, China, Russia, and so on.
Well, speaking of Uzbekistan, let's hear it directly from Uzbekistan, because we're happy to have Ms. Imamova here with us. So we in Hungary, Europe, have a certain picture of how this whole transformation looks like, what's going on now, this economic growth and economic transformation in Central Asia. But how does it look from the people's perspective who actually live there? So do they consider this more of an opportunity or more of a risk? Are they open to it? So what's the general picture from the people in Central Asia?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to begin with that assumption that the world is moving from the unipolarity to competitive multipolarity, and the rule-making process is fragmenting. And chaos has become structural, and wars, pandemics, and environmental crisis, energy volatility, all has made the world uncertain. And in these conditions, middle power countries like Uzbekistan and its neighbors, Central Asian neighbors, stabilize the region through the transit roads, the links, and with the pragmatic mediation. And in this condition, the regional initiatives and diplomacy is the practical path back to predictability. So it should be noted that despite the sanctions and conflict, the world economy is very linked. And there is a question whether this is an opportunity for this kind of countries, middle power countries, or it is a tool of pressure. Yes, and for Central Asia, it's especially under the organization of Turkic states, it is expectations rooted in shared culture and trust, is sustainable development and economic growth. So nowadays the connectivity is not geographical, it is strategic. Because the corridors that runs through Azerbaijan and Turkey that pointing the access pointing to Europe, they all makes new geopolitics and geostrategics, especially in Central Asian countries. Because for the first time in the history, Central Asia countries became the actors of Black Sea zone. So everything that happens in this zone has influence on the Central Asian countries, the commons and the security. And how people react to this. In the country, in Uzbekistan especially, there is mixed reactions and more pragmatic. Many policymakers and entrepreneurs are very happy with the diversification of this economic policy of Uzbekistan. So I think that there is no the hostile or the navy assumptions on this matter, but it is a conditional one.
So we could say maybe this is a route on which these countries have embarked on could be a route to even bigger sovereignty when it comes to the Central Asian sphere?
The participation of this kind of organization, participation of Uzbekistan in such kind of organizations, the Turkic state, I can offer the challenges that the countries, especially Central Asia, meet. For example, the first one is the country should focus on results, because it's good when to develop a bit everything, but results deliver success stories. The member states of Organization of Turkic States should prove the value of these dimensions. For example, the connectivity, the first dimension, and the second is energy links of this under this organization. And another challenge I would be note that the members that is participating in this organization is also member of other organizations in the region. For example, Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan are member of Eurasia European Economic Union, which is binding their obligations in terms of this organization, and it makes some challenges for achieving the goals in the organization in Turkic states.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Mr. Vasha now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's safe to say that Hungary recognized the potential of the Turkic world quite early, and that we have been able to position ourselves as a bridge connecting the West or Europe and the Turkic world and Central Asian countries. What does this mean in practical terms for Hungary to serve as a bridge between these two worlds?
Yes, thank you. Indeed, Hungary recognized it very early, much earlier than other European countries, let's say. However, we were not without competitors in the regions, I have to say. So that time when the Hungarian government, it was 11 years ago, around like this, was hardly quite harsh criticized especially by Western European countries and also by our own dear opposition. I always told as an expert, let's say, that we were not pioneers in this field. I mean in the region, especially in Central Asia, or let's call it Central Eurasia, because if we add Southern Caucasus, then it's more overlapping. No, we were among the last. Because when the Hungarian government started this opening to the East policy, foreign policy, that time even our Central European neighbors and fellows, like including Poland and including Baltic states, took very strong positions when it comes to trade and export and import issues. So, meanwhile, while the Hungarian government was criticized, actually the Hungarian government did a very wise decision to catch this train and to enter this train. The motivation, indeed, yes. So we were thinking always more than just having nice trade numbers and nice investments. When it comes to Hungary and Central Asia and Southern Caucasus, or Turkish world, let's say, it was always a cultural and historical track, because our roots are somehow common, and this feeling, this atmosphere enables a much deeper cooperation when it comes to culture, higher education, research and development, people-to-people connection, sister cities connections, and so on. So this is the main difference. I clearly can see, if I am luckily quite often in the region, that a Hungarian is much more welcome than let's say, I don't want to make any notes on any nations, but a Hungarian is a Magyar, is always much more welcome than a Slovak or a Polish or a Dutch citizen in this region. So it is a very good base for thinking and for acting for building bridges. And there are two aspects, let's say. Central Asia is a bridge itself between the East and the West, and Hungary is a bridge itself between
so we are the bridge of the bridge.
So we are bridging the bridges somehow. And the clearly signs are the improving numbers in trade, the changing geopolitical context, and as a result of this, Hungary is getting a kind of hub position for the Middle Corridor. When it comes to the air traffic, it is actually almost done, especially the air cargo. Hungary is the main hub for distributing the Chinese good and for Central Asian and goods. And also from Baku we have almost daily flights, cargo flights. And also the Budapest-Belgrade railway is getting more and more important, especially if it will be finished finally, because shifting this whole middle corridor was shifted a bit more southern, because originally the middle corridor would mean to cross through the Black Sea as well, which is impossible by now, at least the cargo companies are not likely to do it. But no, originally from Batumi to Odessa and Constanza and Istanbul, the goods would deliver via shipments, via the sea. But now they have to do it via Turkey and via the railways. But the main problem here, just a side note, that the railway system is in a bad condition. So the capacity of the railways in Turkey is a bottleneck in this regard. That is why it was planned originally via the sea. So anyway, but due to this shift, the Budapest-Belgrade or Belgrade-Budapest railway was getting of more importance. Because by now, until now, it was told, oh, it is useless, why we are spending especially Chinese loan on this project. But at the end of the day, it will be clear that without this railway line, Western Europe couldn't be supplied on time from China and from Central Asia. The other aspect for the bridging is the energy supply. and not only the energies from Central Asia or from Azerbaijani sources, but also right now the Russian sources are delivered via Turkic interests, via the Turkish stream. So we used to say that our Turkish brothers helped us to get supplied by the different energies in the hard times. So we are not just talking about the sources, and even the sources are more sophisticated, because we are not just talking about how to deliver the gas from Azerbaijan or the oil from Azerbaijan or the oil from Kazakhstan via the Caspian Sea and Azerbaijan to Hungary, but we are also talking about how to deliver electric power from green sources to Central Europe. So this is the real bridge, because from one hand, regarding the traditional energy sources, we can store and we can trade with the neighboring countries. So we can take over Austria's role as a gas hub, because we have at least larger capacities for storage, and we will be also a kind of hub for electricity import from that region, which is a much more added value, and it's very good for Azerbaijan, let's say, and also good for us, because we are getting a ready product and we even can trade with this. So there are clear signs for this bridge role, especially in economic terms. For sure, it is not ready yet, and it is always a lot of opportunities how to improve these activities. But one thing is sure, that for that we need this common sense, this common feeling of the Turkish brotherhood, and in this way processes are much more easier, and the highest political decisions are much more supported, in my experience.
And based on what you just said, do you think that Hungary could serve as an example for how a smaller, territorially smaller country can engage with the Turkish world on their own terms, instead of waiting for a common Brussels agenda?
I am not so optimistic in this regard. Actually, in the spring there was a similar, I think alongside of the OTS summit there was an event here, and we were talking about this as well. As far as I know, and based on my experience, we would do our best to build a bridge between Europe, let's say, and I mean Western Europe, and the Turkish world, but there is no demand for it in the Western European side, or I mean in Brussels. I clearly saw it during the Hungarian presidency. Actually, there were events here. The experts on Central Asia came here, and in fact, the representation of the Turkic states, Organization of Turkic States in Budapest, was never invited to these events, despite the requests of the Hungarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, because they just didn't want to accept them, even not for the protocol event, for sure. First of all, that time because of the Northern Cyprus issue. But anyway, they just didn't want to meet the decision makers or the diplomats of the Turkish world alongside of an expert event on Central Asia. So those experts were here who are defining and designing the strategy of the European Union on Central Asia. But they were not. They think, that was my impression, because I made a briefing for them and they didn't like me. Because they are really in a bubble in this regard. So they don't want to understand what is going on there, but they will give advice to their politicians and decision makers how to do it. So, in my opinion, nowadays we cannot fill or fulfill this bridge or complete this bridge role. And in my opinion, nobody else can do it, because we understand the Turkish world, but they are not understanding, and also our neighbors are not understanding the Turkish world.
Mr. Pravji, you wanted to reflect on that?
Yeah, to pick up on the point that I think you were making, I think it is another nail in the coffin of the Eastern Partnership framework, because with Azerbaijan sort of closely getting integrated into this, and with Turkey having basically given up on ever joining the European Union. Frankly, right now, I think it's impossible for the European Union, credibly to enlarge without forcing some existing members out. But that's a separate issue. But I do think that it is another nail in the coffin of the sort of misguided Eastern Partnership approach, where you can take on our European values and we still won't let you join, in the future. So I think that's quite a critical part of this equation.
I actually wanted to ask you if we don't see this from like a European perspective, but let's say we see it from a Western perspective, maybe it's a broader term, particularly given Europe's current dependency on unstable supply routes. What makes the Transcarpathian corridor stand out?
Well, it stands out because, Turkey is explicitly trying to position itself as an energy hub, not just in terms of conventional pipe supplies of gas, but in terms of as a hub for LNG supplies from all over the world, quite frankly. So, there are some strategic limitations on the existing infrastructure actually, into Europe, but actually, Turkey is trying to move beyond the conventional sort of pipeline contract only type of, supply arrangements and build a much more diversified energy supply ecosystem, if you like, that can potentially sort of be beneficial regionally, for the Western world, but also, of course, for Asia.
Ms. Imamova, do you want to touch upon that?
I would like to add that Hungarian institutions, research institutions, and educational organizations, they express their readiness and openness to cooperate with the educational organization in Uzbekistan, and there is a field to improve people-to-people diplomacy, because I am as a representative of the research institution, I noted that the students in Uzbekistan don't choose education in the neighboring countries and nor Hungary, despite the growing interest. But the students in my country mostly choose United States, European countries, Japan, and Southern Korea, and it means that there is a lack of people-to-people diplomacy in this regard.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because we had a Danube Institution delegation in June in Tashkent.
Yes, and, recently.
Yes, and it was so great to see that we agree on so many things, that we can sign memorandums of understanding, and that we are actually focusing on getting young university students and young researchers to the Danube Institute and sending Hungarians to the Central Asian countries. So that's something that's already going on. We have Ibrahim from Azerbaijan with us. We also have Alihan, our intern from Turkey. We're going to have another lady from Azerbaijan joining us soon, part of our internship program. So I'm really glad you mentioned the role of education, because I do think that's very essential. I honestly have no idea how much time I have left, because I thought I was going to count back, but actually it's going. I don't know. So once Callum is like, oh, okay. So we're quite okay, doing good with time. Another question I had is if the Turkic world and Central Asian countries, in your opinion, could avoid the so-called resource curse, when you are a country who has a lot of critical minerals and you have a lot of resources, and somehow you just got drifted apart in this whole mess that could surround such a position. And I was wondering if you think that's something that could be avoided, or every Central Asian country is somehow vulnerable, and the only question is how vulnerable. Ms. Proud, maybe.
It's only a curse if you don't invest, the earnings from your resources into your human capital. Mm-hmm. And that's a challenge certainly that Russia's faced over many decades. It became so dependent on only exporting natural resources, took up 2/3 of all of its total sort of exports, and it wasn't really developing other sectors of its economy, and it wasn't really investing in its own human capital, in skills beyond, sort of arcane philosophy and the stuff that kind of Russian universities, tend to teach. So, if you're using your resources and reinvesting that in your human capital, then you can still escape, I think, the resource curse.
So no economic growth without actually focusing on the social issues as well, and how you treat.
Exactly.
Workforce.
And giving people hope. One of the huge reasons not to join the EU is because it's just a sink for you to lose your own sort of human capital as people kind of flee their home countries to work, in Europe. So that investment in the human capital, also as you write, the social policies, making sure you have a stable and even who knows growing population and so on. It's hugely important.
So is it going to be the ministries and politicians who decide on the future of Central Asia and the Turkic world, or the people themselves who actually live there and who will be affected by this the most? Mr. Vasha, maybe.
Just an addition to
yes,
the
please,
resource, of course. The largest economies of Central Asia. So because Turkey is not affected in this regard because their economy is more complex. In Uzbekistan, also I would say the structure of the economy is more complex than let's say in Kazakhstan. However, in the case of Kazakhstan, even because of this purpose, the country established a welfare fund, like in Norway or in Qatar and the Emirates, and they are saving money. Not only for the future, but also for investing in programs which will support the future's economy. So in this regard, I can absolutely see the wise economic policy, because these countries, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, both of them, they are making serious efforts to diversify their economies, and luckily the developments alongside the middle corridor helping a lot, because if the logistics sector can be developed and the whole transportation sector can be developed, not only the land transportation, but let's say the air transports, we can see very good examples in the Middle East for it, then this development of the service sector will help a lot to diversify the economy. So these countries won't just rely on the oil and gas revenues. Okay, in Uzbekistan not anymore, because moreover you have to import to some extent already, but let's say on agriculture. Especially the monoculture agriculture, it can be a problem. But I clearly see all the programs which these countries are doing. When it comes to the society and the people, a very good example, Uzbekistan, where after the opening and after the big reforms, or still the reforms are going on, so from 2017, but in the last 5 years especially, Uzbekistan did a really good job how to open up the higher education market. Mm-hmm. That was an amazing program. It should be taught at universities. Mm-hmm. So you know better the numbers, but more than 50 campuses were opened by foreign universities. Mm-hmm. I think probably near to 100. Unfortunately, not Hungarian campuses were established, despite the push of our governments, but the autonomous universities, they were not brave enough to do it.
So Uzbekistan served basically as an incubator for university.
What they did, because the existing higher education structure couldn't fulfill the needs of the society, so around 500,000 young people, mm-hmm. Because the population is very young.
Yes.
And every year, around 500,000 or 400,000 students were not admitted or are not admitted to universities. Mm-hmm. So instead of sending them abroad, they attracted the higher education capital to the country, and not only to Tashkent, but to Samarkand, to Andijan, and to the other side. And not only American universities, okay, Westminster universities, there are like 420, but Webster University established the campus. Also South Korean universities, also Chinese universities, Russian universities, even I think some Baltic states universities are there. So it's absolutely working, and there are amazing results of it, and it is bringing a new knowledge, a new capital, not only financial capital, to the country, and this is also a very high added value investment. And I think the benefits are visible in the country. Also in in Kazakhstan, very progressive programs are going on how to develop the higher education sector. This is somehow the South Korean, also partially Chinese way how to invest in human capital, and this is the most important thing, because you will be out of oil and gas, but the knowledge will remain there, especially if the incentives are appropriate. And I see Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, they are doing a very good job in this regard. Big question what Kyrgyzstan can do. They have no other choice than to follow this track, because they have not enough raw materials. So that is an aspect what I wanted to underline in this regard.
Do you want to add something to that, maybe?
Yes, approximately 60% of our population are young people. Yes, and the population, if I'm not mistaken, now is more than 36 million people in the country. And there are, of course, the challenges to educate all young people in the country and to enroll the state public university is very difficult in our country, and that's why there are a lot of opportunities now for youth to enroll the university, like Westminster, Webster, and other. We have the Nordic University, and Mr. Laszlo highlighted that South Korean universities, and it meets with the policy of our president to make population educated. And in this regard, simultaneously, it brings investments in our country. It attracts investment. So it means that it is a result of open foreign policy of our country.
Yes, I actually wanted to ask you about the role of investment, because when we were there in June, it was the investment forum in Tashkent, and it was really interesting to learn that most of the investment is coming from the Gulf countries, actually, because most of the time we talk about the influence of Russia, China, US, but it's very rare that we talk about what the role of the Gulf countries in when it comes to investing in Central Asian countries. So maybe you could say a few words about that.
Yes, the main investors nowadays, I can highlight the Saudi Arabia. They have investments in our country, Madras, the project, and the main thank you. Main direction of this investment are the green energy, the wind and solar energy, and the Gulf states mainly invest in these fields, in the fields of energy.
That's fascinating. Thank you so much. I thought we could maybe fast forward 10 years. So let's say we are in, 2035. Do you see the Turkic economic space and the Turkic countries from an economic perspective as a coherent bloc, with the bloc with its own strategy, or more of a loose alliance of countries who are pulled in different directions by different influence? Mr. Proud?
Yes, so I mean the Eurasian Economic Union is a complicating factor there for Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan in particular. But yes, I mean I think the advantage economically from becoming a more sort of discretely unified bloc is that you have a nice mix of net exporting and net importing countries, so that you have countries that need to export their capital and countries that need foreign direct investment, across a bloc. So that creates opportunities for sort of something quite vibrant in terms of the flows of both goods and investment capital, and actually also people, within the bloc. I suppose a bigger question 10 years in the future, if Europe is buying Russian gas again, who knows? The war in Ukraine has ended. The jury's out on that, frankly, whether it'll end in 10 years. That actually, the role of the Eurasian Economic Union and the Organization of Turkish States to maybe have a bigger sort of economic union that can hold up its weight better against huge economic blocs in Europe and China, but also, of course, in India, if it's more united. Yeah, because even now, the Turkish states is like only 10% of the weight of the Chinese economy, of the European economy, and Russia's the same. I mean, actually, the size are roughly kind of, identical. So that's a much bigger and possibly more complicated question. But I'm a firm believer in sticking to the economics and the social and the cultural, and sort of leaving the politics at the door, which actually, incidentally, is one of the reasons that ASEAN has been so successful.
Mr. Mamaba, do you rather see it as a block of a unified block, or do you think that it will be
OTAs?
I'm sorry. Yes.
The OTAs is developed from the heritage to the economic and political organization. And mostly in OTAs, they speak about the history, and this field should be modernized. How to make in these countries people to get easier visa, for example. This will help them to visit these countries, and they speak about the cultural heritage, but there is a lot of makes to do in the field of tourism, for example.
I would say none of them yet. There are two main goals of the OTS for a stronger cooperation, let's say kind of integration, but not full integration. The first one is the economic integration, which could result in a customs union, and I would say in a single market, but by now it is absolutely not existing. And this is the main problem when it comes to the deliveries of goods from China to Western Europe and from the west to the east, that the border procedures are extremely long. And that is why the time cannot be further reduced, from the 20, let's say 5 days to 20 days, because the trucks are parking on the border for 3 days or something like this, or the trains. And the other field is the coordinated defense policies, but this is another issue. But when it comes to economy, you never could expect the European Union style single market in this regard. But it could work. It could work, but we have to take into consideration that it can be the same situation. They have to make a very, very very accurate calculations what to lose with a single market and with the customs union, because several companies will fail. The same situation was when Hungary entered the European Union. Nobody talks about it, but several thousand or even 10,000 of companies bankrupted because they were just not competitive on the market. In this regard, within the Central Asian region, the countries are having more or less the same characteristics. Yes. But if we would add Turkey, which is having a much more developed economy, most likely most of the Turkish companies would be more competitive than Kazakh or Uzbek companies. So this is what should be evaluated when they are talking about it. But for making easier border procedures, it is a must for sure. But I do not expect full single market in the region in the coming 5 years, let's say, or even 10 years.
Okay. You wanted to reflect?
Yes, OTAs now it's not the block, because the main idea of this organization is to promote economy and promote cultural connection with among the states. And due to the constitution of Uzbekistan is not joined any bloc and military blocs. So the countries that are members in this organization belong to one civilization. And they share the common values, common cultural and common language history as well.
Thank you very much. I have to admit, I kind of love how we were talking about the economic questions, but I have a sense that the final conclusion of the panel is that no economic success could be achieved without investing in education and human capital, and these just cannot function without each other. And my goal and mission today was that you leave this panel with more curiosity than conclusions, but I do think we had quite a few interesting conclusions, but I honestly hope that you are now even more curious in discovering how the whole Turkic world, Central Asian countries, think, live, work, and develop in the upcoming days. And I would like to thank my fantastic panel for being here, and for you for your very, very long patience for sticking with us throughout these 2 days. And I know Callum will say a few closing words, but I think this was a great conference. It was great having you here, and I thought, the title, Finding Order in a Time of Chaos, I think you were served a whole lot of chaos in the past 2 years when it comes to the subjects and the topics that we were discussing, but I also believe that a lot of ways and methods were suggested to you on how to navigate in this chaos that we're living in and this fast-changing world that we're living in. So thank you very much for your attention again.